Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2, test. Okay, we're back, and I might have chosen the wrong color to wear today because apparently Antifa is now a terrorist organization, and I am a leftist wearing black, which is not good. But then again, I guess I don't have my face covered, unlike Donald Trump's Gestapo. So it's been way too long since I streamed, but there's some stupid news, man. There's some really stupid news. Hey, what's going on, Mom Ro? Okay, so Charlie Kirk, it's sad to say, even with all of the memes, hold on, I need to look this up. Charlie Kirk. Back. Okay, can you hear me now, guys? Oh god. What is playing now? Something is playing. Oh no. Not this. Oh my god, this is going to drive me crazy. Okay, there we go. I think that did it. Alright, let's go. Let's continue. Where were we? Okay, what was this? The moment this is a 20-minute long video. Okay. What was I even okay, this is like one of the worst AI generated images. This doesn't even look like Charlie Kirk. This looks like, I don't know, some guy from like Workaholics or something. This is not Charlie Kirk. What kind of discount AI did they use to make this image? All right, what is this though? Bible. This guy has 150k subscribers. Become a member to support me. Oh, nice. This is gonna be a compilation of all of Charlie Kirk's Jesus moments.
Lord, it's really you? I've spent my life fighting in politics and culture, but now I stand before you, and all of it seems so small. Tell me, did any of it truly matter?
Charlie, I see the passion and fire that burned in your...
What? Why does Jesus have a British accent? What is this video? Is this all AI slop? Wait, what the fuck? I thought this was going to be some guy talking about Charlie's encounter with Jesus and why he started becoming a preacher online. This is literally a 20-minute long video of Charlie talking to Jesus. Holy shit, this is amazing. Dude, people watch this. I like to think Charlie has heard the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Or if it's British Jesus, "Well done." Thank you, Bible Unleashed, for honoring Charlie Kirk. I liked this tribute to Charlie Kirk. Thank you, Bible Unleashed. 2 babies and a wife saw their daddy and husband getting assassinated on stage. Yeah, there were people that celebrated his death because they didn't agree with his political and religious beliefs. I want to follow you, Jesus. You realize this is not Jesus, right?
Your heart. What you fought for on earth had weight, because it was tied to truth and righteousness. But always remember, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Matthew 6:33.
Wait, you die, you get to heaven, and then Jesus comes down and talks to you, and he just quotes the Bible? What's the point of being in heaven if they're just going to quote the Bible to you?
Greatest battle was never between political parties or ideologies. It has always been between light and darkness, truth and lies.
Oh, Jesus.
I always wanted to defend the truth, Lord, but sometimes I want...
Isn't in the Bible the truth is not a good thing? Like, it was Satan that tempted Adam and Eve with the truth, with the understanding of reality, and it was God that wanted them to keep their eyes closed to the realities of the world. He didn't want them to realize, he didn't want them to have knowledge. He didn't want them to be aware of their surroundings and aware of their own nakedness. And it was Satan that came in and was like, hey, you're curious about things? Let me tell you the truth. And now they're saying that, they're just saying Charlie Kirk is Satan. So the people that are quoting Charlie Kirk are getting fired from their jobs, but the people calling Charlie Kirk Satan are celebrated by the conservatives? Make this make sense.
Wondered, was I too focused on winning arguments and not enough on winning souls?
You speak wisely, Charlie. Words can pierce like a sword, but only love transforms the heart. If I speak in the tongues of men and angels, but have not love, I am only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. 1 Corinthians 13:1. Truth without love becomes cold.
Okay, I'm fucking done. This is just going to be quoting the Bibles. Anyway, it's fun now that Charlie Kirk is dead and that we have AI, that everyone can just complete their own fantasies about Charlie Kirk. Very weird behavior to make an AI generated video of you being like, and this is what would have happened if Charlie Kirk died and went and saw Jesus Christ in the afterlife. Like, it's giving off fan fiction type of behavior, except at least with fan fiction, it's actually can be creative sometimes. This is guys just inserting quotes from the Bible. Very boring stuff. So anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Jimmy Kimmel's back. What happened there? Jimmy Kimmel, ABC. This was really funny. ABC's post. Defiant, emotional Kimmel fails to apologize for Kirk comments. Wait. No, he actually did a monologue? We need to see this. Okay, so we'll click on NBC. Oh yeah, I want to see Fox News too. Jimmy Kimmel, ABC. Let's just see return show. I don't know. Hopefully this doesn't actually get taken down if we watch like a clip of it. Jimmy Kimmel live returns to ABC. Jimmy Kimmel set to return. What is this? Oh, this is just NBC News.
Jimmy Kimmel just hours away from making his late night return.
I'm glad he's back. He deserved it.
It comes nearly a week after Disney pulled Kimmel off the air following pressure from the FCC chairman and conservative outrage over comments he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter.
Hi guys, y'all have tickets?
Outside the taping,
just keep in mind, the thing they were outraged about is because he said that MAGA is trying to do everything in their power to prove that the shooter is not one of them. When the shooter, Tyler Robinson, grew up in a Trump-loving MAGA family, he was given a gun at like the age of 12. He was largely apolitical other than his kind of upbringing and the general atmosphere of being in a conservative household. And then he had like a queer friend, and so he's pro-LGBTQ. Other than that, he wasn't political at all, except for the fact that his family was MAGA and they gave him guns, and it was those guns that led to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So, like, was it the pro-LGBTQ ideology that killed Kirk, or was it the pro-gun ideology that conservatives bring to the table that killed Kirk? Tell me which had a bigger effect on Kirk's death.
Kimmel supporters celebrating the decision to bring him back.
I'm just so happy for him. Free speech, regardless of where you stand politically, is important.
But the spokesperson for Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, criticizing...
Oh, I thought it was going to be Matt Schlapp. Andrew Colvey, or Colvett, Disney and ABC caving and allowing Kimmel back on the air is not surprising, but it's their mistake to make. Are you serious, dude? Nexstar and Sinclair do not have to make the same choice. Yeah, because Disney's gonna go under because they're hosting Jimmy Kimmel. Disney, the company that's hanging on by a fucking thread, and this is gonna be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Oh my god, such a mistake for Disney to have a fucking libbed up comedian late night show host on their company.
Disney for caving and calling it their mistake to make. Now, Nexstar.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck what that guy says? No one knows who that guy is. They were not watching Jimmy Kimmel anyway. People that are replying to him, they don't watch Jimmy Kimmel. What are you talking about? Why are you reporting on a random fucking stochastic terrorist organization?
Are announcing it's joining with Sinclair and won't run Jimmy Kimmel Live. Combined, the two television station groups account for nearly 60 ABC stations, which means the program won't be available over broadcast to millions of people, including in Seattle, Nashville, and Washington, D.C. Nexstar is currently seeking approval for a $6 billion merger from FCC Chairman Brendan Carr. Today, Carr applauded the move to preempt Kimmel, writing, "Democrats simply can't stand that local TV stations, for the first time in years, stood up to a national programmer." Hours before tonight's show, Kimmel also returning to social media. "Missing this guy today," he wrote, along with a photo of him with Norman Lear, the producer of boundary-breaking shows like All in the Family and The Jeffersons. Lear was on former President Nixon's enemies list and was known for successfully fighting back against the FCC in the 1970s over a family viewing policy that he saw as censorship.
All right, Liz Croyce joins us tonight.
Like, what is this reporting? It's like, oh, here's people that want to cancel someone based off of their political beliefs and what they say. Like, nothing even bad, just insinuating that the guy doesn't have leftist ties, that the shooter doesn't have leftist ties. And then he tries to get canceled because of it. And then the news is reporting like the people that want to cancel him are somehow not doing it for any kind of political motivations.
From outside Jimmy Kimmel's studio, Liz, what do we know about tonight's show?
Well, his guests tonight include actor Glenn Powell and also Sarah McLachlan, who pulled out of performing at an ABC event over the weekend in protest of Kimmel's suspension. We still don't know what Kimmel will say during his monologue tonight and if he'll apologize. Tom.
Is this a monologue on Fox 11 Los Angeles? I don't know. We'll see if this stream gets taken down.
Thank you.
Shit, I need to make this transformative. That was very good cheering from his audience. Okay, how libbed up is this going to be? You wanted ratings? I'm watching from Canada. Well said, Jim. This was Fox 11 LA. You never had to sound apologetic. Everything you said was originally great. Ooh, that was primo. Well, I guess everyone on this video likes Jimmy Kimmel. Like, once again, the people that are actually wanting to watch him are generally going to like what he has to say.
Anyway, as I was saying before I was interrupted, if you're just joining us, we are preempting your regularly scheduled encore episode of Celebrity Family Feud to bring you this special report. I'm happy to be here tonight with you. Please be seated. I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol. It's been overwhelming.
Donald Trump insinuated that Tylenol caused autism. Oh my god. Okay. What is going on? This is like, America is so fucked right now. I'm looking at this. I didn't even hear about this. There was a shooting at a Sacramento ABC affiliate last week. So you have shootings in America, partially caused by Charlie Kirk. And then you have a shooting that Charlie Kirk was involved in where he died. Then you had on that same day a white supremacist shooting up a school and injuring like 3 kids. Then you had Jimmy Kimmel talking about the shooting. He gets fired. Then because he got fired from talking about the shooting, another shooting happened. What? Dude, this country is so fucked up. Like, it's like some kind of fucking boiling pot where there's so much energy within the pot that any kind of little spark could cause it to overflow and boil over. It's just that we have so many guns. It's like the guns are like the energy. That's some tiny little thing. Someone's going to shoot up something, and then more people are going to be inspired by that. The man accused of shooting at an ABC affiliate in Sacramento last week may have been motivated in part by that network suspension of late-night host Jimmy Kimmel. There's circumstantial evidence that Anibal Hernandez Santana had a political motive behind the shooting Friday. So there are some indications here that the motive behind the shooting might be political. This was the Sacramento County District Attorney. In a statement, he said he had not yet reviewed the evidence in the case. Okay, so you haven't reviewed the evidence and you're saying it's politically motivated? It is remarkably uncommon for someone to face simultaneous charges for the same conduct in federal and state court. He was firing into the building that houses KXTV, ABC's Sacramento affiliate. I mean, okay. What makes you... They're just like, oh, this happened after Jimmy Kimmel was suspended, so we think it was political. What? A handwritten note specifically said, for hiding Epstein and ignoring red flags, do not support Patel Bongino and AG Pambondi. They're next. This doesn't... What? What does that have to do with Jimmy Kimmel at all? What do you mean Jimmy Kimmel's suspension might have been a factor in shooting? It literally said that his motive was the Epstein stuff. That yes, ABC is not doing a good enough job in reporting on, because none of the mainstream news is doing a good enough job in reporting on Epstein. Because at the end of the day, these people are beholden to the politicians that give them access, and the politicians that give them access are implicated in the Epstein scandal. What do you mean? Where... The guy's like, you're hiding information about Epstein, so I fired some random bullets into your building. And they're like, this must have something to do with Jimmy Kimmel, because he just got suspended last week. Yeah, because Kimmel was the one that was digging into all of the Epstein files. Trump has been dogged. Yeah, what? By his possible ties to Epstein? His possible ties. How many pictures are there? How many testimonials are there that Epstein was Trump's best friend? Epstein said he learned how to child traffic from Donald Trump. They literally had like rape birthday parties with each other where they just invited girls and Epstein over. Possible ties. They just released a fucking birthday letter that Trump wrote for Epstein. What is this? What is this article, dude? Oh my God, I swear to Christ, media is so shitty these days.
I've heard from a lot of people over the last 6 days. I've heard from all the people in the world over the last 6 days. Everyone I have ever met has reached out 10 or 11 times. Weird characters from my past are the guy who fired me from my first radio job in Seattle, where we are not airing tonight, by the way. Sorry, Seattle. His name is Larry. In 1989, Larry tried to force me to do a bit called Jokes for Donuts, where people would call in with a joke and I would give them donuts. I refused to do it, and then I made a lot of fun of Larry for suggesting it, and eventually Larry fired me and I had to move back in with my parents. But even he wrote in to cheer me up. Thank you, Larry, and I want to thank everyone who checked in. It would take all week to list all of them, but some that I do especially want to mention are my fellow late-night talk show hosts, my friend Stephen Colbert.
Nice girl, sure.
Who's found himself in this predicament. My friends Jon Stewart, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, John Oliver, Conan O'Brien, James Corden.
Okay. Stop jerking yourselves off. Let's go.
Into doing a show like this, and I also want to thank all of you. The other part.
But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying,
What you
we
can and
don't
can't
like
say.
what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like. That will end up bad for conservatives.
I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. He's absolutely right. This affects all of us, including him. I mean, think about it.
This is the lib version of the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Not as long-winded, though.
If Ted Cruz can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs. Even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it, and thanks. For telling their followers that our government cannot be allowed to control what we do and do not say on television, and that we have to stand up to it. I've been hearing a lot about what I need to say and do tonight, and the truth is, I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind, but I do want to make something clear because it's important to me.
Wait, there were fireworks at the Kirk Memorial? Wasn't it inside?
As a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder.
Wow, this is really reminding me why I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel. I don't know, man, like, out of all of the late night hosts, he's probably one of the more boring ones. Fallon's probably the bottom, then Colbert, then Kimmel, then maybe Seth Meyers. He's actually kind of enjoyable to watch.
Anyone's mind, but I do want to make.
So he's going to apologize now for what he said about Tyler Robinson. He said something about him, not Charlie Kirk.
Something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't.
Bro, he's actually crying. I thought if he was fake crying, that would actually be funny. No, dude, this is what I don't like, this is what pisses me off about libs. He didn't make light of Charlie Kirk's murder. He was making fun of the Republicans and how they were responding to Charlie Kirk's murder. And no one in good faith can take what Jimmy Kimmel said and genuinely believe that he was making fun of Charlie Kirk for getting shot in the neck. That's insane. And what pisses me off is these libs accepting the bad faith of Republicans as what they genuinely believe. It's like last week when Charlie Kirk was killed, or like 2 weeks ago, everyone was saying, oh, well, you know, both sides of the aisle, both political parties just advocate for what they believe in. Both people are trying to make the world a better place, and they're just using their free speech to advocate for what they believe in. That's not true. The Republicans don't advocate for what they believe in. They lie because they're just pieces of shit. What they really want are horrible policies. What they really want is racism, subjugation of minority groups, subjugation of women, the execution and disempowerment of their political rivals. Like, this is what they really want. They're all corrupt, they're all greedy, they're all selfish. That's what they really want. When Republican politicians and a lot of Republican voters say things, they lie. They say that, oh yeah, we just want like our fair share. We just want jobs. That's not true. They're just racist. Donald Trump says that he wants to like end wars or whatever. He just wants to enrich himself. Republicans don't operate in good faith, and I'm sick of liberals pretending like they do. This apology is bullshit, man. I mean, maybe it was a prerequisite for him to come back on the air. Oh, you should apologize for your comments. But for anyone that's actually a fan of Jimmy Kimmel and actually is like politically engaged or even saw what he said last time and is treating him in good faith, then this comes off super disingenuous. Like, what, are we dealing with babies that don't understand that you weren't making fun of Charlie Kirk? I just don't understand why liberals accept the idea that Republicans can't follow simple sentences. It's like he says something that's completely obvious. Everyone with a functioning brain understands what he was trying to get across. Republicans, in bad faith, look at that and say that, oh yeah, that sentence you just said means a completely opposite thing that I'm just going to make up and attribute a meaning to it. And then he's like, I'm sorry that you took it that way. Ridiculous.
I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message.
Why? Why? It's literally funny. He advocates for gun control that caused him to die. Like, or not, he doesn't advocate for gun control. I misspoke. He advocates for a lack of gun control, which he acknowledges leads to people getting killed in America. That's ironic, because he got killed by a lack of gun control. That what do you mean there's nothing funny about his death? There's you can make a lot of jokes about Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. Doing the thing, he was literally arguing against gun control when he got shot in the neck. How do you think there's nothing funny about that? I'm sorry, I'm not laughing. I don't think it is funny, but you can't say that there's nothing funny about it when you're supposed to be a comedian. You're supposed to be a comedian, dude. What is this? There's nothing funny about that.
Anyone's mind, but I do want to make something.
It's like Bill Burr's joke. People say there's never a reason to hit a woman. That's bullshit. There's a plenty of reasons to hit a woman. You don't do it, but there's reasons to do it.
Clear, because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
So if Greg Gutfeld was joking about Melissa Hortman's murder, or heavens forbid, Charlie Kirk was joking about bailing the guy out that tried to kill Nancy Pelosi, then yeah, you'd fucking what? Call bloody murder and get the president to personally take Charlie Kirk off the airways, get him fired? Get the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., fired for saying that he's gonna dress up like the guy that attacked Paul Pelosi? Dude, give me a fucking break. You criticize him, but they actually did shit that made light of those assassination attempts and that political violence. You didn't do anything like that. These people were celebrating the criminal. Charlie Kirk said, bail the guy out that tried to kill Nancy Pelosi, one of the top politicians in the country. He said, bail that guy out. And what happened to him? Nothing. You said that the Republicans are doing everything to try to make it look like this guy's not MAGA, which is accurate. And what happened to you? The fucking president weighed in and basically got you like politically killed. And that's what's happening to you, man. The idea that liberals pretend like there's a dichotomy between the actions of conservatives and the actions of liberals is insane. These people need to pull their heads out of their asses. I'm so sick of this fucking both sides bullshit that only the liberals do. You have Republicans being interviewed by liberal media figures, And that NPR interview, we covered the Matt Schlapp one, the guy who fucking gropes a man every 5 years and gets sued for it because he's so in the closet that he can't help himself. He can't do anything consensually. He has to sexually assault someone to get his gay urges out. You have that fucking scumbag coming on to an NPR interview. And he starts talking about how the political violence is owned by the left. This is all the left's fault. And the reporter doesn't say that like 90% of political violence in this country comes from conservatives. And actually the vast majority of shootings are done by white supremacists. They don't say that. They say, isn't it a both sides issue? There was a Melissa Hortman attack. There was a Paul Pelosi attack. Isn't this more of an issue of both sides? It's not an issue of both sides. It's an issue on the Republican side. It's an issue with white supremacist extremist nutjobs who have easy access to guns. That's what the issue is. It's not an issue of both sides, but the Republicans can't even accept that. The guy literally starts fucking pissing his pants and screaming at it's an NPR interviewer. It's a reporter for NPR. She talks with the NPR voice. This is NPR. It's an NPR interviewer. And he starts freaking out, saying that she's being disrespectful by saying that political violence is a both sides issue, when what she really should be doing is saying that Charlie Kirk was a wonderful man. The conservatives can't even accept a both sides thing, and the liberals insist upon it. When neither of them are correct. Like, I swear to God, I'm not trying to say that, well, yeah, I am trying to say that the leftists are the only ones that accurately describe what's happening in politics right now. Don't get me started on guys like Ezra Klein. Holy shit, talk about like a Destiny Hutch liberal brain rot mindset that he has. I'm just so fucking sick of it. Like, we'll cover, God, there's so much I want to cover. Ezra Klein interview, Kamala Harris interview. I want to finish covering this fucking shit lab that's in front of me right now. All they do is defend Republicans and attack the lefts. They attack the left. That's all liberals are good for. Holy shit, man. This actually is triggering me. Oh my God. I'm sure that if it was on the other foot, I'd also feel bad. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't do what Republicans are doing right now. This is actually triggering me, man.
That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think,
you fucking moron, they're using Charlie Kirk's death as an excuse to ban criticism of Donald Trump. They're using his death as an excuse to label Antifa as a terrorist organization. They're using his death as an excuse to try to kill all trans people or throw them in prison. That's what they're doing. They're not actually mad that it was ill-timed. Are you a fucking idiot? Like, dude, just stay off the air if this is the bullshit you're going to be putting out. I'd honestly prefer Jimmy Kimmel to stay canceled or actually get canceled, go to YouTube, and then he can start speaking his mind. And I hope that his politics he presents on this show are watered down through the filters of ABC and Disney. And if he actually just started an independent YouTube channel, he'd be able to become a little bit more radically left than this both sides bullshit. And actually, I'm not even going to say radically left. Radical in relation to what our Overton window is right now. But just like him being on both sides in the face of onsetting fascism, that's a radical position. This kind of bullshit, dead-eyed liberal take that he has right now, that is the true radical position. Saying that, well, it looks like the vast majority of political violence comes from the right. That is not the radical position. That's the normalized position, at least it should be. So, I'd rather him stay canceled and have a normal position on either an independent YouTube channel, or he just fucks off to nowhere, and then more people watch people like Majority Report, or Kyle Kalinske, or Hassan, or myself, heavens forbid. And people actually get a good take on the news, because this is brain damaging his audience. Oh yeah, I just spoke a little too quickly. Well, are you going to talk about the total attack on freedom of speech that Trump did? Because if you are, it doesn't really mesh with the idea that you spoke at a raw time. The timing was off. Because those things don't mesh together, right? You weren't canceled because you spoke too quickly about Charlie Kirk. You were canceled because you're a political opponent of Donald Trump. That's why you're canceled. So if you're going to talk about Donald Trump attacking freedom of speech, then you shouldn't apologize at all. And if you're not going to talk about Donald Trump attacking freedom of speech, you shouldn't be on the show. You shouldn't be doing your show at all.
I did point a finger. I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
They're not upset, Jimmy. They're out for blood. That's what they're doing.
I have many friends and family members on the other side who I love and remain close to, even though we don't agree on politics at all. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. It ever. And also, selfishly, I am a person who...
Yeah, they can condemn the violence of Charlie Kirk getting assassinated, but are you going to condemn the violence that we're seeing every day from ICE, rounding people up, the violence of separating families, deporting parents, throwing American citizen children into the foster care system? Are you going to report on the violence of pregnant women not being able to get medically safe access to abortion or other kind of birth control? Are you going to talk about, oh my God, the violence in Gaza that America is causing? Oh no, wow. I know that's a step too far. That's like across the ocean. But you're not going to talk about that, are you? 36 fucking Palestinians killed this morning. But you're not going to talk about that. You're going to cry about Charlie Kirk, a guy who was an advocate for violence that got killed 2 weeks ago. You're not going to talk about the fucking school shooting that happened the same day Charlie Kirk got killed. Did you talk about the Minneapolis Annunciation Church shooting? You talk about that too? Oh no, only when it's a fucking Republican poster child, then I'm going to squeeze some tears out of my eyes and bemoan the violence that America is experiencing. Fuck off, dude. Like, I'm sure he covers ICE, but it just pisses me off. Liberals and Republicans, for that matter, I mean, Republicans are even worse because they actively encourage violence against leftists. But liberals only care about violence when it's done against any kind of institutions. But if it's institutionalized violence, they completely turn a blind eye to it.
That's a lot of threats. I get many ugly and scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers because of what I choose to say. And I know those threats don't come from the kind of people on the right who I know and love. So that's what I wanted to say on that subject. But I'm
getting a lot of death threats for what I have to say, but both sides are equal.
I don't want to make this about me because, and I know this is what people say when they make things about them, but I really don't. This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this.
Okay, so are you going to, criticize Donald Trump for trying to take you off the air, criticize all of the Republicans for canceling people for their comments about Charlie Kirk? Are you going to criticize them?
I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with comedians and talk show hosts from countries like Russia, countries in the Middle East, who tell me they would get thrown in prison for making fun of those in power, and worse than being thrown in prison. They know how lucky we
are. I mean, we're getting there. Just wait, man.
We are here. Our freedom to speak is what they admire most about this country. And that's something I'm embarrassed to say I took for granted until they pulled my friend Steven off the air and tried to coerce the affiliates who run our show.
Is Colbert actually off the air now? I just bought his ice cream last week. I should actually eat it tonight.
In the cities that you live in to take my show off the air. That's not legal. That's not American. That is un-American. And it is so dangerous. I want you to think about this.
That's un-American.
Should the government be allowed to regulate which podcasts the cell phone companies and Wi-Fi providers are allowed to let you download to make sure they serve the public interest? You think that sounds crazy?
Well, we're about one step
10 years
away
ago,
from
this
there.
sounded crazy. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, telling an American company, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and that these companies can find ways to change.
These companies can find ways to change conduct and take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
Conduct and take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead, in addition to being a direct violation of the First Amendment, is not a particularly intelligent threat to make in public. Ted Cruz said he sounded like a mafioso. Although, I don't know, if you want to hear a mob boss make a threat like that, you have to hide a microphone in a deli and park outside in a van with a tape recorder all night long.
Sopranos reference, or just any generic mob movie. A little bit outdated.
This genius said it on a podcast. Brendan Carr is the most embarrassing car Republicans have embraced since this one. And that's saying something. The FCC has a tradition of meddling where they shouldn't under many administrations, but it wasn't always like this. There was an FCC commissioner back in 2022 who worked under Joe Biden who was spot on. He wrote, President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. You know who wrote that? FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr, who later was appointed chairman of the FCC by this former crusader for free speech.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple. Just like dominoes, one by one, they'll go down.
That was also in 2022. And I wonder, how did that guy...
That FCC threat by Brendan Carr was on the Benny Johnson podcast. Another conservative that's deep in the closet.
Turn into this guy.
Who would you like to see replace Kimmel on late night?
Well, a lot of people, anybody could replace him. The guy had no talent. Kimmel had, look, he was fired. He had no talent. It's a whack job, but he had no talent. And more importantly than talent, he had no, because a lot of people have no talent, they get ratings. But he had no ratings.
Well, I do tonight.
Yeah, there you go. The president and the FCC personally weighing in to get me taken off of the air because of the most mild-mannered, offhanded comment that didn't even address them that I could have made possible. Them personally weighing, like, the entire weight of the federal government being applied against my broadcast to try to get me canceled. But I have ratings tonight. You get them, Jimmy. Yeah, you have ratings tonight. Because that's actually why they tried to cancel you.
You almost have to feel sorry for him. He did his best to cancel me. Instead, he forced millions of people to watch the show. That backfired bigly. He might have to release the Epstein files to distract us from this now. Now, a lot of people have been asking me if there are conditions for my return to the air, and there is one. Disney has asked me to read the following statement. And I
thought it was going to be his middle
finger. Here we go.
That would have been great.
To reactivate your Disney Plus and Hulu account.
Dude, if he reached into his pocket and is like, fuck you, Donald Trump, that would have actually been sick. Fuck you, car? And here, I think I have a follow-up statement. P.S. Fuck you, Trump. That would have actually been amazing.
Open.
The joke is that he's a corporate bootlicker.
Open the Disney Plus app on your smart TV or TV connected device. I've been fortunate to work at a company that has allowed me to do the show the way we want to do it for almost 23 years. I've done almost 4,000 shows on ABC. And over that time, the people who run this network have allowed me to evolve and to stretch the boundaries of what was once traditional for a late night talk show, even when it made them uncomfortable, which I do a lot. Every night, they've defended my right to poke fun at our leaders and to advocate for subjects that I think are important by allowing me to use their platform, and I am very grateful for that.
Dude, you make their platform. God damn, bro. The fucking bootlicking. Like, people would watch Jimmy Kimmel no matter what. He could go on YouTube and probably get 1 million subscribers within a week. And he's like, please, thank you, Disney, thank you, ABC, for allowing me your platform so that I can make meaningless jokes into the ether. What are you going to do with the platform, bro? You just said your show's not important. Why do you need the platform? I'm sure you have enough money where you never need to work the rest of your life.
That said, I was not happy when they pulled me off the air on Wednesday. I did not agree with that decision, and I told them that, and we had many conversations.
Maybe your corporate overlords have a little bit too much power over you. Maybe you should, I don't know. I don't fucking know what you can do. I'm sure he's in a union already. Work with that union.
My point of view, they shared theirs. We talked it through, and at the end, even though they didn't have to, they really didn't have to. This is a giant company. We have short attention spans, and I am a tiny part of the Disney Corporation. They welcomed me back on the air, and I thank them for that.
Dude, it's the bare minimum. Like, the reason you got pulled in the first place is because they caved to an authoritarian threat. Because of political speech. So I don't know. Should they really be getting applauded for reversing their decision like a week and a half later because they say that the energy died down? Like, what do we have here? Holy shit. This is Threads. Here's their statement. Here's their statement on Jimmy Kimmel returning. Last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We've spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday. They're literally just like, let's pull the show until these emotions die down a little bit. Which, it's stupid. Like, you could have kept the show running, and honestly, it probably would have gotten even bigger views. Like, the thing is, when you have an administration that relies on sensationalism, there's only so much shit they can do by attacking a single person and sticking on a single topic. It always needs to be the next catastrophe, the next big scandal, the next story. That's what this administration relies on. They can't go into entrenched warfare to try to get Jimmy Kimmel canceled. Sure, maybe the FCC can do some investigations and try to get Disney on something, or try to get ABC on something, but people aren't going to care. The guy's a fucking podcast host. He's on Benny Johnson's podcast. He's going to sit on that podcast, talk over and over and over for months while the investigation carries out. No one's going to care by the end of it. I mean, the idea that they pulled Jimmy Kimmel, they got scared because there was an authoritarian president pressuring them. They kowtowed to the president. They gave in. And then they're like, oh shit, we're losing a lot of subscribers because we knelt the knee to Donald Trump. Let's actually like reverse this so that we don't lose that many subscribers. The idea that it's some kind of, I mean, at least Jimmy Kimmel didn't even like really frame it as a free speech battle. He's just like, they gave me my show back, which it is true. Never my intention to make light of Charlie Kirk's murder. Okay, we just saw this. What's this? More people talking about it. We just saw the entire thing. Oh yeah, I wanted to see Fox News. This was next star to preempt ABC's Jimmy Kimmel. Let's hear it. Jimmy Kimmel made such disgusting remarks. He didn't even talk about how he wanted to sexually assault women.
Joining me now is Outkick founder and co-host of the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, Clay Travis. So it's not, Clay, a firing. It was a suspension, a short suspension from Disney.
Yeah, and Will, I bet you would agree with me. I teed off on this. I don't want to be lectured about the First Amendment from anyone who...
God damn it, bro. Fox News needs to warn me. What the fuck is this, like, up next? Soon, Trump speaks on autism breakthrough. I have water in my nose right now. I was not expecting that.
Who said nothing when Roseanne's...
On autism breakthrough? Bro, what is this country we're living in? They're like, yeah... We discovered the autism. We know where it comes from now. Everyone can rest easy. We're gonna get rid of the autism. Dude, this is a joke country.
Operated show was pulled off the air 7 years ago from people who said nothing when Gina Carano's show was pulled off of Disney Plus because people didn't like their social media postings.
Isn't she like anti-vax?
I didn't hear a single person on the left. I didn't hear a single person in Hollywood speak out. They all cheered it, in fact. I would say this is the right decision because I don't like the idea of deciding based on one comment that we're not going to have somebody on the air anymore, whether they're a Democrat, Republican, or an independent. But I will share the idea that I put out there that I shared with Jimmy himself. I think Jimmy Kimmel should come back on Tuesday. I think he should say that the phrase that he used to try to discuss Charlie Kirk was ill written and poorly delivered.
What
I
phrase?
also think he should
what
say
phrase?
One of the reasons
what
this
phrase?
might have occurred is because my writing
what phrase did he use? Say the phrase. You can't say the phrase, can you? When we speak about Gina Carano, I can say she made insensitive comments about Jewish people and the Holocaust by saying that having to be, or like being an unvaccinated person in 2020 is like being a Jew in 1940s Germany. I can say that. That's a specific thing that she said that she got canceled for. What phrase are you saying Jimmy Kimmel should apologize for on his show? You can't say fuck. You can't say fuck all. What? That the guy isn't MAGA or that the guy isn't a leftist? He's not a leftist.
Staff might not really be aware of what half the country is talking about. And I would say what he should pledge. And I would say this about The View too, Will. I would say he should say every week from now on, we're going to have a Donald Trump voter on as a guest.
What the fuck is this man on about? I'm going to have a Donald Trump voter on as a guest? That's what you say? What? Oh yeah, Gina Carano. She should have came back on the show and she would have just had a Jewish guy on every week to talk about the Holocaust. Like, dude, these conservatives, they know it's a two-way street, right? You can't, like, the guy's like, I'm a principled conservative in favor of free speech. I think Jimmy Kimmel should come on, but he should have to apologize. He should have to say his writers were unaware of the political affiliation of the shooter. He should have to say that the shooter is an Antifa trans leftist who's also Hispanic and an illegal immigrant, not a white guy from Utah. And he should have to fillet out of shape Trump voter who's a geriatric retiree that can't afford his insulin every weekend on his show. And then when he gets up off of his knees and he wipes the semen from his lips, he should have to thank Donald Trump right in camera by making eye contact. That's what he should have to do. But Gina Carano, she should be able to get away with saying that, like, Jews never had it this bad, and then, you know, get a bonus for people daring to insult her by even threatening to get her kicked off of the show.
And we're going to make it a part, since this is a talk show that's supposed to speak to all of America, of trying to hear from all of America. It doesn't mean that it's strident politically or anything
what are
like
you
that.
talking about? This is a talk show that's supposed to speak to all America. You literally have like millions of people, their broadcasting stations refusing to air it. What do you? This is supposed to be a show that speaks to all America.
I'd say you could start with Adam Carolla, his old friend on The Man Show. We had him on Clay and Buck today, who is a Trump-supporting LA comedian. I think this is a no-brainer. I think it would be a smart move. I don't know if he'll do it, but that's the way that I would say he should go about trying to address what he said on the show last week.
I'm a little less forgiving, Clay, and maybe forgiving is not the right word to use in this situation. But I'm a little more punitive in that it's not about a singular comment. That singular comment was simply, although it wasn't simple.
What comment? He's a little bit more punitive. What, he wants Jimmy Kimmel to flagellate himself. He wants Jimmy Kimmel to get out the cat o' nine tails and take his shirt off and rake himself on the back until there's blood dripping down in a pool around his feet. These conservatives live in a fantasy land. This man lives in a fantasy land where he's like, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel should listen to me. Buck and my friend Matthews or whatever, Buck and Matthews are their podcasts and get on what was that fucking guy's name that did the Mr. Bertram thing? And get Mr. Bertram on the show. Get him on. Let's talk to him. These people are insane. And then you have this fucking loser up here like, I'm a little bit more punitive than you. I think Jimmy Kimmel should actually commit ritual seppuku and write a poem that says he loves Donald Trump and accepts him as his dear leader as he inserts the katana inside of his stomach, or what is it, like a wakizashi or something, inside of his stomach, and has his guts spill out all over the floor on live television. I think that should be the only way he gets back onto Disney and ABC.
Straw, it might have been a bale of hay on the camel's back. It was something that was cumulative over the time of Jimmy Kimmel disrespecting and ignoring more than half of this country. And the way that joke gets...
They can't say what the joke... What was the joke?
It's in there, to the extent that it is a joke. To suggest that the shooter is MAGA is by him living in an insulated bubble of ideology, probably...
The guy lived in a MAGA family. There's no indications that he's a leftist, and there are indications that he's MAGA. Like, I'm sorry to say, he wore a Trump costume for Halloween. He lived in a MAGA family in a conservative part of Utah. He had a bunch of guns.
On Blue Sky, thinking that is representative of America, and he simply doesn't understand America. So if I'm ABC, what do I need somebody that's supposed to get a mass audience for that not only doesn't understand, but hates a great swath of America?
Yeah, that's why I think he has to address this directly. I don't think you can tiptoe around it, and I want to see an addressing of the situation that actually leads to something that could be better, which is the Jimmy Kimmel audience is exposed to people like you, to people like Adam Carolla, maybe to people like me.
Yeah, Adam Carolla. Okay, we're done. Buck Sexton, the Clay Travis and Buck. His name is Buck Sexton. All right, Buck. That was good. Maybe we should check out his podcast if I ever want to punish myself for making light of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'll just listen to an hour of Buck Sexton's podcast. Trump's new anti-Antifa panic is the start of something much more dangerous. Oh God. It's every day with these people. It's every day. President Trump isn't backing down from crushing radical left violence. President Donald J. Trump is right. This is the White House. So this is the White House's, what is this, like a press release, an article about the executive order? Okay. President Donald Trump is right. The violence problem is on the left. Okay, what the fuck? We need to look this up. Political. Oh my God. Violence by ideology. Holy shit, I can't fucking spell. Ranked. Start. This is like the first source they showed up. Start National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism. Okay, what do we got here? Publication info, additional info, terrorism, society, abstract. Although political violence has been perpetrated on behalf of a wide range of political ideologies, it is unclear whether there are systematic differences between ideologies in the use of violence to pursue a political cause. Prior research on the topic is scarce and mostly restricted to self-reported measures or less extreme forms of political aggression. Moreover, it is generally focused on respondents in Western countries and has been limited to either comparisons of the supporters of left-wing and right-wing causes or examinations of only Islamist extremism. In this research, which Islamist extremism is a right-wing type of extremism. Like all fundamentalist religious followers are the same. Like all fundamentalist religions are the same. In this research, we address these gaps by comparing the use of political violence by left-wing, right-wing, and Islamist extremists, repeat yourself, why don't you, in the United States and worldwide, using two unique datasets that cover real-world examples of politically motivated violent behaviors. Across both datasets, we find that radical acts perpetrated by individuals associated with left-wing causes are less likely to be violent. In the United States, we find no difference between the level of violence perpetrated by right-wing and Islamist extremists. Yeah, literally, like, in this article, even though it's differentiating right-wing and Islamist extremists, they commit violence at the same rate. It's the same thing. Right-wing and extremists and Islamist extremists are the same. However, differences in violence emerge on the global level, with Islamist extremists being more likely than right-wing extremists to engage in more violent acts. Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe because the part of the world where there's the most Islamist extremists are the most violent. Okay, so the first article we clicked on, I don't know where we can find the data, but the actual, but the abstract just unequivocally says that left-wing extremism is much less violent than right-wing extremism, which is about the same level of violence as Islamic extremism. Okay, this is a PBS article. Ooh, Stephen Miller. Oh God, do I hate myself enough to watch that video? Defining political violence, patterns in incidents, and fatalities. Okay, in the first half of 2025, 35% of violent events tracked by University of Maryland targeted U.S. government personnel or facilities. Right-wing extremist violence has been deadlier than left-wing violence in recent years. This has been the same results as that study we looked at earlier. Based on government and independent analyses, right-wing extremist violence has been responsible for the overwhelming majority of fatalities, amounting to approximately 75 to 80% of U.S. domestic terrorism deaths since 2001. There you go. 80%. Up to 80% of U.S. domestic terrorism deaths since 2001. 80% of terrorist deaths in the U.S. has been right-wing. And I wonder if they're counting Islamist extremism in there. By contrast, left-wing extremist incidents, including those tied to anarchist or environmental movements, have made up about 10 to 15% of incidents and less than 5% of fatalities. Examples include the Animal Liberation Front and Earth Liberation Front arson and vandalism, which were more likely to target property rather than people. Violence occurred during Seattle May Day protests in 2016, with anarchist groups and other demonstrators clashing with police. These clashes resulted in multiple injuries and arrests. In 2016, 5 Dallas police officers were murdered by a heavily armed sniper who was targeting white police officers. Hard to count. Rhetoric is not evidence. Okay, yeah, so... Alright, let's try to find one more source, and then we can move on. Politically motivated violence is rare in the U.S., shifting ideology, terrorism definitions, comparing violent extremism and terrorism to other forms. Okay, here's an NIH study. A comparison of political violence by left-wing, right-wing, and Islamist extremists. Oh, this is probably the same thing, right? Yeah, this is the exact same article that we just looked at. Except I guess now we might be able to find the data. Violence, 1563, ideology, 1759% mean, values missing. Model with covariates, model without covariates, except left-wing ideology. When compared to individuals associated with a right-wing ideology, individuals adhering to a left-wing ideology had 68% lower odds of engaging in violent, radical behavior. On the other hand, the difference between individuals motivated by Islamist and right-wing causes was not significant. Dude, holy shit, I'm so justified in my take that all religions are the same. They're all the fucking same. When you get to the extremism, fundamentalist aspects of them, they're all the same. Like that Catholic guy that I listen to sometimes. He's like, I'd rather have my kid grow up and join Al-Qaeda than grow up and be an atheist. That's what the fucking guy says. Yeah, you know how the kids who free the animals from the zoo are the same as the Oklahoma City bomber? Yeah, exactly. Or like targeting police officers is the same as shooting up a school or a synagogue because of your white supremacist ideology. Anyway, so yeah, there's just absolutely no evidence that leftists are even close to being an equal amount of political violence. In fact, they're about like 2/3 less likely to be politically violent than conservatives are. 68% less likely than a Republican. Like if you're a leftist, you're 68% less likely to do violence than if you're a Republican. Anyway, pretty funny stuff. So where were we? Were we here? The violence problem is on the left, not true. That's why he just designated Antifa a network of radical left terrorists. What are you talking about? Where's Antifa terrorism? Like, let me just look up this phrase and see what we get. Antifa terrorism. Okay. This is articles about Trump. Is Antifa a terrorist group? We can take a look at there. Info. Antifa. Okay, literally no articles about terrorism done by Antifa. Oh, let's look at this. Some who identify as Antifa also use tactics involving digital activism. Oh, the horror. You're going to make some graphic design. Doxing. Oh my god. That's really bad. That's really bad stuff. Harassment. Guys, cyberbullying is not a joke. Physical violence. That's bad. That I think can be classified as terrorism. And the worst of all, property damage. Trample on someone's grass. You're gonna get the fucking SWAT team called on you. Supporters of the movement aim to combat far-right extremists, including neo-Nazis and white supremacists, which once again are much more likely to be violent groups than Antifa. Let's take a look at START. I mean, the answer to this now is yes. Is Antifa a terrorist group? Starting in 2016, a number of protests and physical confrontations aimed at individuals and groups associated with right-wing politics in the US have been attributed to an ill-defined entity called Antifa. That's a scary word. It's an entity. Short for anti-fascist. A high-profile example took place in Charlottesville, Virginia on August 11th to 12th, 2017. Oh, the Tiki Torch guys. During 2 days of conflict and violence, anti-right-wing protesters clashed with right-wing supporters. During the second day of the confrontation, a right-wing supporter drove a car into a crowd of protesters. Oh my god, the physical violence done by Antifa. Actually, no, it's not that physical violence done by them. It's the property damage of Antifa marchers throwing their bodies in front of a speeding Ford 150 as it drives through the crowd. Those dastardly Antifa terrorists mucking up the guy's bumpers by refusing to get out of the way of his truck as it bulldozes through the crowd at 45 miles an hour. Killing one person and injuring 35 others, 36 terrorists there. We got only one of them. While many Antifa supporters see it as a defense against right-wing extremism, some on the right view supporters instead as terrorists. I tackle these issues in this essay by applying the guidelines of Global Terrorism Database to determine whether the actions by Antifa supporters during the Charlottesville incident constitute terrorism. I conclude that while the events share many characteristics of terrorist attacks, they do not include all of the elements of terrorism required by the GTD. I also question whether Antifa can be considered to constitute a group at this point of time. My essay highlights how complicated it is to distinguish terrorism from other forms of illegal violence. That's just because he doesn't have the genius level IQ that Donald Trump does. Did you know that Donald Trump's uncle was a professor at MIT? Like, the guy is just a big brain boy, and he doesn't find it difficult to distinguish terrorism from other forms of legal violence. He also doesn't find it difficult to identify Antifa as an actual group. I mean, this little nerd couldn't even know if Antifa could be considered to constitute a group. Donald Trump snaps his fingers. It is a group and it's a terrorist group. So there we have it. Antifa. The violence does 99.95% of the violence in this country, and Antifa is actually the octopus who has its tentacles in all aspects of violence in all 50 states of the country, including Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. All right, Trumpy. Antifa has a long history of terrorizing our communities. In July 2025, members of an Antifa cell ambushed officers at an ICE facility. Oh my god. Oh my god. After defacing vehicles with anti-ICE graffiti, including ICE pig and fuck you, bitch. The assailants lured officers out of the building and opened fire, shooting one officer in the neck. Oh my god. No, we need to see this. Where was this? Alvarado, Texas. Alvarado, Texas. ICE shooting. 6 women arraigned on charges? It was 6 women that shot these guys? Wait, this wasn't an ICE guy, it was a police officer.
6 women charged for their roles in the shooting of an Alvarado police officer faced a federal judge today.
This is a crazy story. The officer was responding to a vandalism call at an ICE detention center. Fox 4's Lori Brown is live in Fort Worth with a very large and expanding story. Lori.
Steve, the women are facing charges in the ambush-style shooting of an Alvarado police officer, but their supporters argue that they were just there to attend what they thought would be a peaceful protest. Supporters of the defendants did not want to make any statements after the women were arraigned on charges connected to the shooting of an Alvarado police officer. The officer survived. The court-appointed attorneys also said they did not want to make any statements yet about what happened the night of July 4th. The defendant's supporters said it was a protest outside an ICE detention center, but federal prosecutors describe it as a planned ambush on federal and local law enforcement officers. In all, at least 16 people have been charged.
16 people shot the officer?
According to the federal complaint, several of the defendants were dressed in black military-style clothing. The complaint says the
military-style clothing. They were dressed in black.
Protesters began shooting fireworks at the Prairie Land Detention Center. 2 people broke off from the main group
Well, it was the 4th of July. Come on, I thought we loved America.
Group and began to spray graffiti on vehicles and a guard structure. Officials believe it was all part of a ploy to draw ICE detention officers out of the building. Correctional officers called 911 to report the vandalism. When the Alvarado police officer arrived, a defendant positioned in the woods shot the officer in the neck. Another assailant across the street fired 20 to 30 rounds at unarmed correctional officers. Investigators found AR-style rifles at the scene, two-way radios, and a...
This is me shaking my head. That's a no-no. Don't shoot the officers. Don't shoot them. Spray. Don't spray paint, but shooting the officers is worse.
Total of 12 sets of body armor after searching the scene and defendants' cars. The complaint said the shooters ran away, but law enforcement officers stopped them. One attacker had cell phones in...
So wait a second. It was one shooter and then another guy? Where did this 15 people come from? Why is there one guy whose mugshot is blacked out?
A type of bag that blocks cell phone signals. The attack was a conspiracy, according to the complaint, something the defendant's supporters strongly dispute. Supporters of those arraigned today questioned why today's hearings.
Anyway, so there's absolutely no affiliation between them and Antifa, other than the fact that I guess they're like anti-fascist. In 2025, deranged rioters viciously assaulted federal agents at an ICE facility in Portland, Oregon. Okay, who cares? A transgender Antifa terrorist detonated an explosive device outside the Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall. The terrorist left behind numerous stickers with Antifa slogans and oh my god, the stickers of trans terrorists. Antifa radicals laid siege to a Planned police training center in Atlanta, Georgia. They attacked police with Molotov cocktails, booby traps, and commercial grade. Like, they're just describing protesting right now. Booby traps? What booby traps did they use? You have a link to that? The Cop City booby traps.
How is it that violence by the political right is deplorable, while by the left it's defensible? Well, that's the question to ask after a group of what police describe as violent agitators carried out a coordinated attack at the proposed site of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center on March 5th.
This is like a Hamas level attacks, man. Like walking up to the gate with a rock or fireworks. Wow, they started shooting fireworks at the facility and throwing rocks at them.
According to police, they changed into black clothing, entered the construction area in DeKalb County, then began throwing large rocks, bricks, Molotov cocktails, and fireworks at police officers.
Actions such as this will not be tolerated.
So what's their problem? Well, it seems they targeted the site over plans to build a $90 million police training facility that's come to be called Cop City. According to Fox...
Yeah, and we don't have to relitigate that. That happened, and it's not good. Okay, they called it the Autonomous Zone. Oh yeah, that was a banger. That's a classic. They took over Tacoma, Washington. They threw rocks at police. So they're just saying that people wearing black threw rocks at police. Like, that's basically it. Oh, and then you have some, like, leftist people, or I don't know if they're even leftist or whatever, but, like, actually using violence with, like, a pipe bomb and shooting at people. Yeah, if, like, the list of Antifa terrorist attacks is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 attacks in the last 8 years. You have 12 examples of a group, which is not a group, in the last 8 fucking years, dude. Okay, hold on. Proud Boys violence. Proud Boys crimes and characteristics. So 83 Proud Boys members and sympathizers have allegedly carried out ideologically motivated crimes in the U.S. So as of December 31st, 2021, 83 Proud Boys members and sympathizers have allegedly carried out ideologically motivated crimes in the U.S. 54 Proud Boy defendants who participated in the Capitol breach on January 6th. Proud Boys defendants have come from 25 states in the District of Columbia, including 14 from Florida, 14 from New York. Let's take a look at their crimes. Spontaneous violence, 16. So just right here, spontaneous violence, 16. And this does not include the crimes related to the Capitol breach on January 6th. So just right off the bat, 16 instances of political violence compared to the 12 that the White House listed as the reasons for Antifa being a terrorist group. And that was in the past 8 years. This was 16 assaults in the last 4 years. And then we can read even more. 10 riots. 8 weapons possession / charges. That's what we were looking at when they're like, oh, someone brought a pipe bomb into a place and then they got arrested. 2 attempted murders, 1 property destruction, 1 bias motivated crime, filing a false statement, conspiracy to destroy a building. Wow, conspiracy to just straight up do terrorism by destroying a building. Like, dude, are you like, this is about 3 or 4 times the amount that the White House listed. And once again, this is an actual organization. This isn't just people wearing black that don't like you or your jackbooted thugs in ICE. Like, it's such a joke. This country's such a joke where you just can't even look at the truth seriously anymore.
And right now, the president is in the UK enjoying his second state visit and all the pomp and circumstance that comes with. He has also been greeted by massive protests there. Well, here at home, the former CDC director, who Trump appointed at that role, testified about her experiences with RFK Jr. before he flat out fired her. And FBI Director Kash Patel faced more heated questions about his leadership. This time, it was from members of the House. It all comes as the White House is planning to go after several liberal organizations after Charlie Kirk's death. My colleague Vaughn Hilliard reports the administration is set to target left-leaning groups before the end of this month. The administration says those groups have contributed to political unrest and violence against the right, though they have not presented any evidence, none, or any specific allegations that link those groups to the Kirk assassination. And this evening, the president announced that he has declared
Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices.
Antifa as a major terrorist organization. He also says he will strongly recommend thoroughly investigating anyone who has funded Antifa. All right, let's get smarter with the help of our leadoff panel tonight. And it's a good one. We needed some heavy hitters. Daniel Coe joins us, former White House Deputy Cabinet Secretary in the Biden administration and host of the People's Cabinet podcast. Jason Johnson is here, a politics and journalism professor at Morgan State University and an MSNBC political contributor. Dave Weigel, political reporter for Semaphore. And Glenn Thrush, we have not seen in
We don't
ages.
have to listen to all of this. I do want to get into some crazy stuff. What is this? I haven't seen this yet. This is a minute-long clip.
What's going on with the escalator? What do you think?
Yeah, they sabotaged them.
Yeah.
And they could have hurt
The escalator?
the first lady.
Yeah.
Trump would have fallen and he would have gotten back up. But, you know,
They would have blamed it on his rhetoric.
And then they sabotaged the teleprompter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an insurrection. And what we need to do is...
Oh, that's actually funny. They shut off, the elevator shut off right when he got on, so he had to walk up the stairs instead of just riding it like his lard ass wants to.
Trump would have fallen and he would have gotten back up. But, you know...
They would have blamed it on his rhetoric.
And then they sabotaged the teleprompter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an insurrection. And what we need to do is either leave the UN or we need to bomb it. It is in New York, though, right?
Yeah,
There could be some fallout there.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Maybe gas it?
No.
Let's not do
Don't
that.
gas it. Okay.
He's
But we
kidding.
need to
He's
destroy it. Maybe just, can we demolish the building?
We could turn it into...
Have everybody leave, and then we'll demolish the building?
We could turn it into affordable housing.
Okay.
That's what you do, affordable housing.
No, I don't like that. I like...
Bro, this is such a cursed broadcast. You have fucking Schmiegel over here as trying to be the funny one, trying to be levity, like trying to bring some levity to the show. They're literally just making like, let aside the threat of bombing the UN, they're making a joke out of affordable housing. Like, man, I hear other people say this, but conservatives are really acting like they never need to win another election. And I'm hoping it's just that they have their head so far up their own asses that all they can inhale are their farts. But the alternative is that they're just like, yeah, we don't need to win elections. We're just going to laugh about affordable housing and not take it seriously whatsoever. We're just going to, advocate to murder all homeless people. That's another story that I haven't even covered yet. We're going to advocate to bomb the UN because, we can bomb whatever we want. We're just an unhinged rogue nation state right now. Someone took a boat out of Venezuela, bomb them. There's some people in Yemen that are criticizing Israel, bomb them. The escalator broke in the UN building in New York, bomb it. This is not good, man. Like, I can only hope that there's some kind of semblance of an election in like a year and a half from now, and Congress gets taken back over, and then these people come back down to earth a little bit. But if they're confident for a good reason, then we're kind of fucked, man, because they're saying wild shit. Like, they're getting way too comfortable saying wild shit.
Demolish the building?
We could turn it into...
Have everybody leave, and then we'll demolish the building?
We could turn it into affordable housing.
Okay.
That's what you do, affordable housing.
No, I don't like that. I like nice sky rises, Dana, the expensive condominiums. You see the East River from there. No, this is absolutely unacceptable, and I hope they get to the bottom of it, and I hope they really injure emotionally the people that did it.
What the fuck? I mean, just utter disdain for poor people. Not even poor, just someone that doesn't have a fucking house. Utter disdain for them. And then you have the guy being like, let's just hurt physically and emotionally. Let's hurt physically and emotionally the person, the maintenance guy that's in charge of the escalator. Oh yeah, I'm totally comfortable saying that they did reclaim it. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Well, if you want to find out who is at the bottom of it, it was Donald Trump. What? Guys, what am I going to do, man? I feel bad. I feel it hurts me. It hurts me to devote time on this show and in my personal life to liberals. It hurts me because there's an open fascist takeover of the country that I live in, of the country that I want to be proud of living in, and it's just openly being taken over by fascists. And I don't want to cover Kamala Harris or Joe Biden and why Donald Trump got elected because of them, or people like Chuck Schumer, or liberals like Ethan Klein who defend Israel's genocide, and they lead the charge in criticizing outspoken leftists like Hassan and Denhams and literally any other leftist that he sets his crosshairs on, or people like Destiny who are in favor of Israel's genocide and they criticize Hassan and they blame Hassan for Kamala Harris losing the election. I don't want to spend time to people like that, because you actually have a fucking genocide going on. There's the conservatives in this country are just starting to openly call for the murder of anyone that mildly infuriates them. Like, oh yeah, this was I was mildly annoyed by a homeless person today when I was like, walking into the Fox broadcasting station, I saw a guy sitting like 100 yards away from me, and it was in the morning, and he had like a blanket on. That annoyed me. I think we need to like just kill all of them. Oh, Donald Trump got mildly embarrassed because he had to walk up an escalator instead of ride it. Well, we should like kill the person responsible for that. Oh, Venezuela, like there's a boat close to Venezuela with like 5 people on board. Let's just kill it. Who cares? Why do we need to do any kind of law? Like, there's no law and order anymore. We have the access to missiles. We're gonna fucking use the missiles. Like, that's the country. That's the non-liberal side of the country. That's a big issue. But this is the liberal side of the country, man. You have genocide enthusiasm and then endless capitulation to the right wing. What the fuck is this? Democrats vote to give Charlie Kirk his own national holiday? His own national holiday. What, is shoot a motherfucker day? Is that what we're gonna do? Everyone gets a free gun and then you have to kill someone. We're gonna call it the Purge. The Kirkland Purge. Charlie Kirk Day. Let's go. Charlie Kirk Day. I'm losing it, man. Oh my god. Hit me with it, AP. Hit me with it.
Thank you all. Everybody ready? Yesterday was a tragic day for America. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. From a Republican point of view, he was one of the leading voices.
From a Republican point of view? There's my senator. Oh yeah. Like the number 3 ranked Democrat in the Senate. Love to see it.
In the MAGA world, he organized campuses to spread conservatism. On our side of the aisle, we saw him as a great force. I think Democrats, whether they agreed with him or not, understand that this is not the way you have discourse in the country. And we're just here as a group to say America cannot govern itself this way. We all have to speak with one voice and find the person who did this and bring them to justice.
Political violence.
What? This is just them condemning the killing. Where's Charlie Kirk Day? I want to see Charlie Kirk Day. Both chambers of Congress have approved resolutions to honor conservative influencer Charlie Kirk, just days before many of those lawmakers attended his public memorial service in Arizona. I swear to God, there better not have been Democrats there. Kirk, 31, was fatally shot while speaking at Utah Valley University in Orem. A Mormon-ass name, Orem. In the Senate, Rick Scott introduced a resolution to make October 14th, 2025, which would have been his 32nd birthday, a national day of remembrance for Kirk. Scott called Kirk's death a devastating loss. No. It's actually a national day of remembrance for Kirk. I swear to Christ, man. If I get off work on October 32nd... Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, actually, it should have been up to October 32nd. Man, could they have made an amendment? Actually, we're going to make Charlie Kirk Day October 32nd. That would have been fucking sick. Okay, now, on October 14th, if I get off work, man, fuck it, I'm going to buy a gun. I'm going to buy a gun. If, like, to remember Charlie Kirk, that's what I'm going to do. It's what he would have wanted. Charlie was good, man. Okay, who gives a fuck about this? The resolution received unanimous consent. Crockett defends vote against resolution. Goddamn, Jasmine Crockett, just like doing the bare minimum and getting, just like kicking ass, man. If you do the bare minimum and you're like, no, I'm not going to vote for Charlie fucking Kirk Day, then you're actually going to get a lot of recognition as a Democrat. People are just so desperate for even a modicum of resistance against what the conservatives are doing. So what the fuck is this Charlie Kirk Day? While neither action established a holiday, Scott's order encourages educational institutions, civic organizations, and citizens across the U.S. to observe October 14th with appropriate programs, activities, prayers, and ceremonies that promote civic engagement and the principles of faith, liberty, and democracy. Oh, fucking kill me, man. Fucking kill me. Like, he's literally a fucking fascist. Why he's not in favor of democracy? That's not something that he promotes. Here we go. Here's a guy celebrating Charlie Kirk Day. He's quoting Nirvana. First Donald Trump and now Kirk. It's getting closer for the need to commit genocide against these whack jobs on the left. Oh, that's great. All right, one more time. Man, he looks good. He does look tough, man. Look, he's even got a tattoo. What is this? Reebok? Is that the logo of the tank top? He's wearing a Reebok tank top with a sick ass tattoo. Some more violence from conservatives. Just keep in mind, all of these guys here are the same chuds that you see on TikTok calling for genocide against the left. ICE is recruiting those guys. It's specifically putting out content to appeal to those people and get them. Like these are the January 6th guys. That's why they're covering their faces too. They're probably posting shit like that on TikTok. Man, the man boobs on all of these people. ICE should unironically put out like a swimsuit calendar. I'd buy the shit out of that. You got these guys in like tight little bikinis. You can push their breasts together and put out some titillating content for all of the hogettes that are in their lives that would love to support this organization. Oh yeah, also trigger warning. Damn, ICE defending our streets from Antifa. Look at this woman. She's wearing black. I don't think you noticed that, chat, but it didn't escape me. I'm like a hawk. I've got those eagle eyes to spot those Antifa terrorists. I bet this guy's wearing black underneath his scrubs. She's got that Antifa librarian. She's going for that. Also, is that a one-piece flag that she has?
That was really cool, guys. You guys are super cool for that. Wow.
Those paintball guns? Dude, these guys have paintball guns? They're actually just middle schoolers. They're actually just middle schoolers trying to like take back power from when their teacher embarrassed them in class. And it's like, actually, that's wrong. And then they all got mad. Like the girl that they liked didn't pay any attention to them in class. Now they have paintball guns and they're wearing masks. Holy shit, dude. Just play airsoft. You can get all of your aggression out that way.
She's getting a sign. She's getting a sign. Go get it, boy. Go get it, boy. Give me a sign. Give me a sign. Give me a sign.
Like, what is going on? What is going on here? You got this guy with like his helmet pull down goggles. Different type of goggles here. Different type of goggles here. Nose out. This guy, no goggles at all. Then you have this guy in a gas mask. These people don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's all willy-nilly. One guy pushes them down, one guy rips away the flag, the other guy just walks up and sprays her with pepper spray. This is completely haphazard. These guys are just losers, man. This truly is the TikTok fascist regime. This guy's wearing jeans. This guy's wearing jeans with a paintball gun. Go off in the woods. Go play paintball with your bros. What are you doing in ICE, man? That guy's not even wearing a helmet. Dude, this woman's a fucking tank. She gets thrown to the ground, kicked, her flag ripped off of her, shot with paintball guns, sprayed with pepper spray, and she's still menacing 8 of these ICE thugs, dude. She's actually just like blowing them down. Holy shit, she's such a fucking badass.
You're gonna need some.
Her fucking eyes are killing her. She got sprayed in the mouth with pepper spray, thrown to the ground, and she's still just sitting there like a boss. They're cowering. They're cowering from her.
It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
Look, and then the guy's just like, go on. Go on. They're such losers. I can't get over how much of a fucking loser this organization is. Oh look, you got the sniper on the roof? Dude, like, if you just accept the idea that these guys never amounted to anything, and then they joined ICE so that they can roleplay being a soldier, and essentially it's just like a big paintball game to them, it becomes a lot more explanatory of their actions, and they become a lot less scary. Like, they're just fucking losers. They're even bigger losers than cops. They're literally getting menaced by like a woman in her 40s that's just sitting in front of them, and they're like, okay, okay, like they kick her, they shoot at her, they spray her in the fucking face, they throw her to the ground, and they still don't know what to do. They're still just standing there like, please go. Like, dude, literally like 10 guys with paintball guns and military gear versus one woman sitting in front of them, and the woman wins.
We're not threatening anyone. Move out! Move out! Move out! How is she supposed to move?
Look at this dumbass. He literally has his mask inside of his mouth with his... What's the point of wearing the mask if your nose is on the outside of it? Didn't you live through COVID, my bro? He's like swallowing, he's tasting his own fucking mask. That cannot be good, man. Dude, it's literally like 8 people and they're struggling so hard.
That's good.
Dude, I can't get over how much of a fucking boss this chick is. She's literally getting choked. This is like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia when Mac tries to choke out Charlie and he just ends up choking himself, and Charlie's just like, I'm chilling. This woman's a fucking boss. She just stands there as the guy who's a little shrimp, by the way. The little manlet can't even choke her out without getting on his tippy toes, and she's just standing there, got thrown to the ground, got beaten, kicked, pepper sprayed, and she's just standing there as this guy tries to choke her out, and she's just like, I'm not going anywhere, bitch. What a fucking boss.
That's good.
He got triggered. He can't even choke her.
Get your boy. What the fuck is wrong with you? You said get off the property. You did. You got off the property. You coming over to beat her ass.
Dude, they're such fucking bitches. They're such bitches. Look at this guy. He looks like he's about to cry. He's like, get the camera out of my face. I chose a bad time to not wear a mask. I'm not going to be able to post on my TikTok channel anymore after this.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Dude, how do you get fucking owned by a librarian? How do you get owned by someone who looks like she'd be able to teach your first grader how to do arithmetic? Like, she's just sitting there. These guys are crumbling. Wait, no, I didn't want to watch that one. I wanted to watch... Let's see. What I wanted to watch is, while we're on the topic of ICE, Pokemon video. Wanted to watch this. Also, I hope I don't get copyrighted. I might actually mute this. Homeland Security shares Pokemon-inspired video of ICE raids. Department of Homeland Security. You know, the Pokemon theme song, it's like, gotta catch 'em all. That's what they're doing. I mean, just absolutely dehumanizing. They're literally showing... Okay. Okay. I don't know if I should play this reference. Let me see if I can find it. Let's play this though. Okay. Hold on. Is this... I need to see if this is what I'm thinking of.
No, they had a big retarded guy there.
Shit.
There's a list of names. Is it alphabetical? Is you. Penis. Pokemon. Pretty explicit. The fuck you're dead.
And then this dude Peter Stuyvesant who had one leg.
It's a different show.
Okay, anyway,
retarded man that was like attending classes there. Last fucking stack of papers thing.
This is a clip from the Cumtown podcast. And I'll find it later, but anyway, it's pretty... They're like, what if... They said, basically the bit was like, what if it was just a guy back in when slavery was legal where they like collected them like Pokemon. And that's just what you're seeing here, where ICE and the DHS is just completely dehumanizing people to the point where they're literally comparing them to like fantastical animals that are captured in a children's game. Like, you can't get more dehumanized than this. Yeah, anyway, maybe I'll try to find it, but anyway, let's just play this. So yeah, they have clips of Pokemon throwing the ball. I mean, yeah, you get the idea. Okay, so you had that. You also had, while we're on the subject, hashtag dish. DHS just dropped this gem. Core. Also, yeah, so this was the actual DHS that posted that, and they did not have Theo Vaughn's permission to do that. They're just, well, why would they? Why would they have that? Okay. Erica Kirk on husband's assassin. I forgive him. We're gonna watch this.
My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men, just like the one who took his life.
Bro, is she wearing contacts? Maybe it's just a glare. Maybe she just gets maybe she just has nice eyes. I know Donald Trump likes her eyes. I do love Force Awakens. I do love how they're just like, you know, not giving a fuck at all about trying to appear not fascist. Like, oh yeah, well, this is totally fine. Let's see, can I make this bigger? Like this isn't on the nose at all. You know, getting pretty close to the explicitly fascist Star Wars rally in The Force Awakens. What the, where was I? Oh, fuck this up. Where do we go? Where do we go? Did I close the tab? Close the tab. No! Charlie Kirk funeral highlights. What happened to Rebecca Kirk, or whatever her name is? What happened to her? Charlie Kirk, wife, forgives. Here. Erica Kirk on husband's assassin.
My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men, just like the one who took his life.
Really giving off this vibe. He worked closely with Jesse Lee Peterson. I mean, he literally worked closely with Matt Schlapp, who also loved young men. He just loved groping them unconsensually.
That young man.
Shit, I need subs.
That young man.
That young man, that's what she says. This is a very emotional moment.
That young man. On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do."
That's true.
That man. That young man.
That young man.
I forgive him.
That's really beautiful to do.
I forgive him because it was
Just have an emotional indicator for anyone that struggles with that in my audience here.
what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love.
Mm-hmm.
Love for our enemies and love.
And that's what Charlie Kirk preached. That's what he was debating as he was justifying gun ownership in the country. I guess the message isn't always love. It's love, and you need to have a gun that can snipe someone from like 100 yards away.
Love for those who persecute us.
What? They cut her short.
Let's just have a shot of somebody having some...
Come on, Majority Report. Let me take it. Okay, how many fucking tabs do I have open right now? Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk speech. Erica Kirk Speech. Full speech? 30 minutes? I'm not gonna watch that. ABC News, cancel her. Holy shit, it actually got 2.5 mil views. Let's just get to the end.
Mr Kirk, addressing the thousands upon thousands of people that are there to addressing the thousands upon
Do her rings say mega? MG?
thousands of people that are there to honor her husband as she will continue.
No, it's over. Well, I guess we saw the highlights where she said, I forgive him. Let's see how she started it off.
Hello. God bless all of you for coming here from all over the world to honor and celebrate my Charlie. Just a few miles from here, 2 years ago at America Fest 2023, Charlie delivered a speech on stage for our TPUSA Faith event. Charlie loves speaking off the cuff. He's very good at that, without a script. So I personally didn't know what he was going to say. And what he chose to speak about that day was his submission to the will of God. He quoted one of his favorite Bible verses, Isaiah.
God damn, crotchy. Seriously? Too soon, bro. Too soon. Although I guess she's not wearing black, so maybe it's not too soon.
Chapter 6, verse 8. Here I am, Lord. Send me. After Charlie finished, I met him backstage, and I spoke to him, and I'll never forget this. I said, Charlie, baby, please talk to me next time before you say that statement. Because when you say something like that, there is so much power in that verse. When you say, here I am, Lord, use me.
Okay, we're not in the Warhammer 40k universe. You don't get like, you don't get your soul possessed because you read a passage from some kind of holy book.
God will take you up on that. And he did with Charlie. "11 days ago, God accepted that total surrender from my husband and then called him to his side."
Really? That's more insensitive than what Jimmy Kimmel said. God killed him? What the fuck? God killed Charlie Kirk?
More than anything, Charlie wanted to do not his will, but God's will. And over these past 11 days, through all the pain...
No, I wanted to see her walk out. That's what I was trying to look for. Erica Kirk walkout. The walkouts are the best part. Turning Point, Australia. Oh, yes. Holy shit, this is epic. This is epic. Dude, I need to go to one of these events now. This is sick. Why don't the Democrats do shit like this? Imagine Chuckles Schumer hobbling out with with pyrotechnics. Hold on. I mean, show me the difference. Show me the difference between that. God, why does this mute? Text merch to 71776 to receive a link. Okay. Oh man, very sad, and that's why we have the emotional indicators there for our broken souls, our darkened emotions. Okay. Oh yeah, not good. Okay. Donald Trump Jr. highlights Charlie Kirk's persistence. Okay, let's watch this. The top 5 highlights. Bro, they made a top 5 highlights for his funeral.
In Air Force 2, I confronted Usha Vance. I held her hand and I told her, honestly, I do not know how I'm going to get through this. Most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting.
I mean, there was violence after his assassination. There was school shootings, bomb threats were called in. Let's take a look at it. It is Charlie Kirk wake violence. Charlie Kirk assassination prompts outcry. NYPD warns of further violence in the wake of Charlie Kirk. This was by ABC News. Oh, this is like violence against politicians. Charlie Kirk's death raises fears of beginning of a darker age. I mean, people are literally calling for violence on people like Hassan and stuff. There's been people fired. I guess that's not violence. But yeah, there's been bomb threats. Let's see. Charlie Kirk death. Bomb threats.
If there was any doubt about J.D. Vance here, a personal tribute to the right-wing activist hosted at the White House. The vice president used Kirk's podcast to share memories and assign blame.
Left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed.
Kirk's murder prompting broad threats from the Trump administration against perceived political opponents.
The radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way.
The president saying investigations into what he calls left-wing groups are now underway.
There are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organized doxing campaigns, and the Attorney General is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence.
So far, there's nothing.
Broad threats from the Trump administration. Charlie Kirk bomb threats. What is this? Pluribus News? I blame social media. New Mexico Senate Majority Leader Pete Worth and House Majority Floor Leader Rena Shijapansky received bomb threats at their homes last Thursday, a day after Kirk's murder in neighboring Utah. Law enforcement agencies evacuated a Santa Fe school near Worth's home. On the same day, Michigan Lieutenant Governor Carlin Gilchrist received a bomb threat. On Friday, Michigan Senator Jeremy Moss reported what he called a detailed and specific message, including a bomb threat at his home. Yeah, give me riots over bomb threats of Democratic politicians any day, man. Oh yeah, there's no riots, but there are a bunch of white supremacist political violence threats. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker said this week that the number of threats has increased substantially. Some Democrats even say they feel unsafe around their own colleagues. In Arizona, Representative Sarah Liguori emailed fellow lawmakers to appeal for unity and calm. Representative John Gillette, Republican, responded by comparing Democrats to the 9/11 hijackers and the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor that brought the United States into World War II. The tone was set by your party. Unity is no longer an option, Gillette wrote to lawmakers. Bro, what the fuck? He's literally like, no, you're a terrorist. Unity is no longer an option. Well, if unity is no longer an option, then what? You're going to kill them? What do you mean? This is insane. Like, literally one fucking Google search, and yeah, there's a fuck ton of Democrats being threatened with violence. Thank God nothing really has happened so far other than a school shooting. That's pretty bad. School being evacuated. 2 Utah men arrested for threat of terrorism. What is this? 2 Utah men were arrested for threat of terrorism. I guess this isn't really related at all. What is this? Under a news media vehicle in Utah Salt Lake City, Adib Nasser, 58, and Adil Justice Nasir, 31, allegedly planted a bomb underneath the newsman, sparking a massive evacuation. Federal probe. Bomb squad. Okay, what was the newsman? I mean, if it was like a Fox newsman, then this would be listed as an example of leftist violence against conservatives. So I'm assuming that it was like a liberal news organization that was almost blown up. But the Republicans aren't talking about it, obviously. Okay, well, like, that's great. Yeah, but absolutely no violence at all. Absolutely no violence at all. While we're on the subject of this, let's take a look.
His dying day, we find a private moment on his dying day. We find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stay.
Bro, I swear, Donald Trump, if his dick worked, he'd be trying to fuck Charlie Kirk's wife.
And my opponent. Charlie's angry. Look at that. He's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true.
I hate my opponents. I hate them. I want them to die. We saw this. Top 5 highlights. It's so funny. What else did we miss? Oh yeah, I wanted to see this. Look at Trump with this woman. is he doing? He's like, Erica, you're a grieving widow. That's why I'm grabbing you on the hip. I usually don't grab them on the hip, but I'm comforting you. This is how I usually comfort them, by grabbing them in a different spot. But for you, we're on stage. You gotta act professional, Erica. Erica, maybe you can talk to me after this. Maybe you can talk to me after the memorial. Beautiful Erica. You know, you remind me of my daughter. Come here. Let me comfort you some more. Bro, this man is such a fucking creep. Just 2 more minutes, Erica. I'm not willing to let you go. You need support, Erica. Erica. Are you good? Yeah, bring it in, Erica. 1 second, I'm comforting you. Bro, what is that? What is that laugh? What is that laugh? She's literally crying. She's resting her head on his shoulder. And then she's like, oh yeah, that's also really funny. Bring it in. That's it. Look, your husband's up there. Oh yeah, that was... What is this? Isn't that the sign of the devil? What is this? Is he a rock star? There he is. You know, his penis is smaller than mine, Eric. Oh, yeah, he did have a small dick. Yeah. Hail Satan. Hail Satan. That's it, honey. Let me just get in there one more time. Gotta bring it close. That's the only way to get over the grief, Erica. Get over the grief by getting under a president. That's what I always say. One more hug. All right, Toots. Talk to me after the stage. Actually, hold on. Let me hold your hand. Not letting you go yet. All right, I'll walk you off. You did a good job, Erica. Now let's stand here for a bit. That's it. Right in the back. Yeah, that's where it itches. What was that? What was that? Okay, I need to find the entire clip of that. Did I ever tell you that I tried out for my middle school's reenactment of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? Or what is it, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? I was the leader of the Lollipop Guild. That's what I did. Charlie, he reminds me of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He's got the same name. He's got the same gumption. I think Willie would have left him his factory if Charlie had gotten the golden ticket. But that shooter, he gave him the golden ticket to God. Now we're celebrating him. Let me do my act for you. We'd like to welcome you to the Lollipop Guild.
Charles James Kirk.
Oh God, his middle name was James.
Was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster
I love you
for
in
speaking
ASL.
the truth that was in his heart.
Yeah, that's actually true. I should know that.
He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God and country, for reason and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal.
And he left behind a loving wife and 2 kids who I don't know the name of, but that Erica, she's gonna need a man. She needs someone to look after her. She's all alone now, but isn't she a looker? Isn't she great? Erica, come meet me after the show, Erica, and then you can convince me to not hate my opponent so much. You're full of love, and I want you to be full of me. I mean, full of full of love for me, too. I'll see you in a minute. Come here, come back here. I need to hold your hip some more, Erica. I'm not done with you yet. You have so many rings, your hands must be heavy. You need a strong man to hold them. You know, that's what they always said. They said you know when to hold them. And they always said that I knew when to fold them. And now I know when to walk away, but I'm not gonna run, Erica. I'm not gonna run. Alright, JD's going up. Let's see what this fucking asshole has to say.
Terrible fate, my friends. We all know it. We all saw it. But think, it is not the worst fate. It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth.
Okay, there's your only two options.
It is better to be persecuted for your faith.
Okay, I'm not listening to this fucking wet towel. Okay, so we're done with that. That was fun. Oh, Coke Addict had something to say too. He has highlights. Oh, ooh. Man, he dropped off. Only 6.9k views. Hi again. Oh, that's a top comment. Okay, we need to watch.
Welcome, everyone. I'm not widely known for being a sentimental guy. Anyone who's seen me on...
Bro, he's so coked up. He's so coked up.
Social media knows I'm far more likely to crack a joke or get myself in trouble for posting some grossly inappropriate memes than I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten the call from that guy a couple times. You know, Don, you're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don. Relax.
Bro, holy shit. He's actually got to go on tour. This is gold. This is gold, Cherry. Gold.
Don.
Look, he does the little bow to accept the applause.
On social media, Don. Relax.
So he's like, okay, give it to me. That was not a good Trump impression, by the way. You're his son, bro.
But last week, when I received word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were. And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life.
Dude, your veneers are so thick you can't enunciate any of your words. Okay, I mean, we saw how high he is. I think everything's going to be downhill from there. Okay. Trump's Charlie Kirk speech. Nah, we're good. Trump hails Charlie Kirk as a martyr to thousands. I just want to see him hugging Erica one more time. They didn't include it. Oh, here we go.
Erica.
Holy shit. It's load.
And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica.
Oh my god. Oh god. Holy shit. This is creepier than I originally thought it was. She's actually coming over and like just cuddling into him. He cannot smell good, man. Can you be a martyr? Yeah. False flag martyr. I mean, props to Erica. She's probably crying because of the onion-like fumes that he emits from his body. Okay, so we're good there. What's this? Oh, yeah. First order bullshit. Okay. Man. This is fucked up. I kind of want to, like, not cover this because it's actually a serious topic and we're just having a good time, but this is just so fucked up. Like, this is an NPR story that I heard today. That was her plan the entire time. He's an old man, dude. when you have old people, they go for like mouth kisses, and you have to avoid it at the last moment. This shit is so bad though. Like, Russia's really borrowing a page from the US's book in terms of stealing children and putting them into re-education camps. So this was a report by the Humanitarian Research Lab at the Yale School of Public Health titled Ukraine's Stolen Children Inside Russia's Network of Re-Education and Militarization. So investigators say they've documented an extensive system where Russia routinely strips Ukrainian children of their cultural identity and teaches them Russian patriotic narratives and even combat skills. They're giving them actual training in grenade throwing, and in one case, we know they're involved in the manufacture of drones. Nathaniel Raymond, the lab's director, said in an interview with NPR. Russian authorities are not taking them to paratrooper jump school to make them mall cops at the Cinnabon. They are in a training pipeline that has tactical scenarios and curricula that lead to only one conclusion. The report documents 210 locations, 156 of them newly identified across Russia and occupied Ukraine, where Ukrainian children ages 8 to 17 have been taken. Investigators found evidence of re-education at 62% of sites and military training at 19%. The study also says that there are signs that roughly a quarter of the facilities have been expanded into Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. The network stretches more than 3,500 miles from the Black Sea to Siberia and includes 2 new cadet schools and even a monastery. The report alleges about half of the locations are directly managed by Russian federal or local authorities. It's still unclear how many Ukrainian children are in this network. Ukraine's government said it has verified that at least 19,500 children are missing since 2022, with the Yale's Humanitarian Research Lab estimates that the number could be up to 35,000 kids. So they're literally stealing children. They're stealing children from Ukraine, putting them into re-education camps, and then training them to be Russian soldiers, which they're going to then be sent back into Ukraine. Like, if this war drags on another 5 years, you're going to start seeing like 16-year-old kids being sent to the front lines in Ukraine after they've been stolen from their homes. Like, it's so fucked up. Like, it really is a category of genocide that Russia's doing there, cultural genocide. And then also, the other thing that's so screwed up about this, which this article doesn't even cover, which is a travesty that the article doesn't cover, because the actual segment done on this did cover it. But the ICC, which is responsible for investigating war crimes and crimes against humanity done by countries, isn't able to cooperate with the Yale Research Lab because back in August, so literally just a month ago, the Trump administration sanctioned the ICC. So now, if Yale researchers try to give information and work with the ICC, they could be violating that sanction and receive like criminal punishment by the Trump administration. So we literally have a scenario where by defending Netanyahu, we're enabling Vladimir Putin to kidnap children and do war crimes of cultural genocide against the Ukrainians. And we're like hampered in our ability to actually investigate and hold them accountable because the United States has completely undermined any kind of credibility of some kind of international crimes body, like a crime investigatory body. And the reason that we sanction them is because they investigated Israel and Israelis without Israel's permission. So funny. So yeah, this is such a fucked up story in so many different ways. You really just are seeing the complete breakdown of any kind of rule of law, domestically and internationally. And it really is a sign that like this should be a wake-up call to liberals that the world's not going to go back to normal just by getting the next Kamala Harris type candidate into the White House, just by like Gavin Newsom winning the White House. Like, we're going to actually have to do a huge overhaul of how we treat marginalized people and how we treat powerful leaders that have been doing war crimes. Like, people need to start being held responsible for the war crimes they do. We've been in such a vacuum of accountability, like, I don't know, forever, I guess, since like World War II and even further back. But it's so disheartening to see that, you know, the ideals that, oh yeah, in the future we're going to have a world where all of the countries work together and you have some kind of democratically elected world governing body that comes together and they will root out any kind of crime or terrorism or aggression from one nation to another. It's like we're getting further and further away from that as it goes on. And speaking about that, let's listen to Ezra Klein, because I think that, like, you know, in order to get trust back into our institutions, the bare minimum first step is to hold Israel responsible, like sanction the fuck out of Israel and get every single politician that is responsible for doing this genocide in prison. And that includes politicians in America too. Like, not only for the crimes of violating people's First Amendment rights, their Fifth Amendment rights, any kind of their civil liberties in America, not only for those domestic crimes, but also for like fucking bombing Yemen, bombing Iraq, allowing a genocide to continue, sending money to Israel. All of these people that voted to send money to Israel, they seriously need to go to prison for that. And I think that's like the bare minimum first step in order to fix this country. And yeah, you're going to need to fix a country in order to fix the world. Well, yeah, we know that Israel just captures a ton of Palestinian children and puts them in prison. Like, the whole point of Israel is to erase Palestinian culture and their claim to the land. And the reason that I bring up this guy is because this guy, Ezra Klein, kind of want to listen to the entire thing, but there's a clip from this podcast that's going viral where Ezra Klein says that, you know, we need to give up on unpopular issues and run on serious politics. And a serious politic for me would be running a pro-life, which means anti-abortion access, Democratic candidate in a Republican state. Because that's a real sensible issue to run on. Completely ignoring the fact that Republican states voted overwhelmingly in favor of abortion access, and that's actually one of the most popular Democratic policies, which I think Kamala Harris completely shit the bed on. Like, in the debate with Donald Trump, she should have knocked that question out of the park, and she did not. She kind of like putted it into the next green. She did not do a good job on that question. And like, really, that's what Democrats should be hammering home. This guy says to run away from that, but he doesn't mention an actual popular issue that the Democrats refuse to take a stance on, which is Israel and Gaza. Like, the idea that we should actually support Gaza, support the West Bank, and not support Israel, and actually hold the people that are responsible for Israel's genocide accountable for that genocide, for their part in that genocide. And the Democrats can change their position on that to a more popular position, but he ignores that. So anyway, if you want to see more Ezra Klein slander, go check out The Majority Report, which I'm sure a lot of you do anyway. But I want to listen to this, and I'm going to play video games while I do it.
Today, I feel like it's almost like, do progressives like themselves? Right? Like,
you really want to put him on the couch.
Well, I mean, I'm.
But the answer is no.
The answer is no. Well, right. No, and in a way, that's always been true, right? Nothing like a self-hating liberal, right?
Nothing like a self-hating liberal.
This week, I'm joined by my colleague, Ezra Klein.
Ezra Klein is not as smart as he looks, and that's saying something, because he doesn't even look that smart. There is something that I don't like about how fleshy people's lips look when they have a beard. I think it's just like if you look at some kind of like Muppet or like an animatronic puppet in a movie, it's disconcerting when you have like the fluffy vibe and then like the really fleshy, moist, like smacking lips that just smack together and spittle flies off of it. It's gross. I don't like it.
Ezra, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome.
Sitting on this side of the table is unnerving for me.
It changes the experience.
Yeah, it's like being on the wrong side of the bed at home.
It's.
I'm insane to say that? I'm insane? I'm not insane. All of you are insane. Insane for listening to me ramble. By the way, I don't know how many of you guys play Elden Ring, but actually, if you do play Elden Ring, let me know. I killed this NPC, which I probably shouldn't have killed, but I got this sick-ass axe from it. And now I can do this. I can like spin it around. It's cool. Okay, let's go.
Listen, it's a game-changing experience, but you will be better for it. So we're talking in the week after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and we're talking the day after the Vice President of the United States, hosting Kirk's show, gave a kind of impassioned speech about how he thinks that the American left is more likely to either excuse violence or delight in the deaths of its political enemies than the right.
We have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years.
And I'm not sure that's the right way of looking at this moment, but it connects to something that I do think.
What? No. Please, bro, please. You're a liberal. You're a fucking liberal. All you have is the truth on your side. Like, sure, you can omit portions of the truth, like when you look at Israel, but you're a liberal, dude. The one thing you should do is say, that's not true. That's the first thing you should do. Even the fucking NPR co-host said to Matt or the rapist Schlapp that no, it's not true. That the vast majority of violence is a left issue. They said it's a both sides issue, which is also not true. It's a conservative issue. That's the truth. Please tell me that you say that's wrong. I'm not sure if that's a correct lens to look at it from, because it's a lie. It's a lie.
Which is that there is a problem of pessimism and despair, from my perspective, on the American left right now that hasn't been there to the same extent for most of my life and career. So I'm wondering.
What? Dude, JD Vance just lied to malign the left. What the fuck is this guy doing? I'm sorry, I've moved 2 feet in my game. All I want to do is play my game. But this liberal is triggering me. JD Vance comes out and says, a conservative just got killed. He got killed by a guy who was a conservative, right? He got killed by a guy with like access to guns. The leftists want to get rid of guns. This guy has guns because he lives in a conservative family. JD Vance comes out and is like, Charlie Kirk got killed by a leftist. And it's actually the left has a violence issue. We're going to say that the left has a violence issue to criminalize being a leftist. That's what we're going to do. And this guy's like, JD Vance says that the majority of violence is a leftist issue. And, I don't know if that's the right way to frame it, because I just think that the leftists are nihilistic and they don't have much to hope for in this current political climate. Motherfucker, JD Vance isn't diagnosing the left. He's attacking the left, you dumbass. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're like, I think that's a mischaracterization of what the general atmosphere the left is experiencing right now in this country.
If you see it that way, if you see a lot of progressive despair out there.
Address the lies, dude. The vice president did like a fucking weird ass state media takeover of a theocratic fascist show, and then made a statement criticizing the left, blaming the left and maligning them as a terrorist organization. Like basically anti-fascist leftists are terrorists. That's what JD Vance said. And you're like, And do you think the left has nothing to live for right now? Address it. You're like, I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like liberals don't actually care about fighting fascism at all. Because if he did, why would he let what J.D. Vance said go unaddressed?
I think that there has been a kind of evaporation of a bright horizon in liberal thought, in a lot of left thought. I think that it has become about averting different kinds of calamities. So
I need a fucking crayon to eat. An evaporation of a bright horizon. An evaporation of a bright horizon. Oh my God. You started this off by saying that J.D. Vance says that the vast majority of violence comes from the left. That's how this conversation started. And you're saying that the left has experienced an evaporation of a bright horizon? Holy shit, dude. Sometimes the verbosity of these people just make them, they just think that they're, I mean, man, he thinks he's so clever, and he's not, he's just missing the elephant in the room. I'm not even going to say he's missing the forest for the trees, because he's just obtusely, like, willfully ignoring the forest. He's like walking right up to a tree, so that's the only thing in his field of vision. What the fuck is that?
Oh, the calamity of fascism, the calamity of a return to white supremacy, or re-strengthening of it, the calamity of climate change, the calamity of oligarchy. And instead it's been about how much of how bad it will be we can avert. I don't think that's the right way to look at the future, but I think there is something to that. But I guess, because I get to be on the podcast with you, don't you think this is a bit of a both sides thing? I have been really struck by how much the right also turned backwards in this time. I mean, like all the way back to antiquity, right? Bronze Age pervert and...
I also love to see how he says it's a both sides thing. Like, dude, you're a fucking journalist. You should know that it's not a both sides thing.
Right,
Sparta.
We have to return to the steppe warriors. Yeah, absolutely.
There's been something where it feels like our politics has cast its view backwards. And in some ways, I think the right has a...
Oh, he's not saying that. Oh, okay. I thought Ezra Klein was doing not even the bare minimum, but like being a pushover, but having a sort of like kind of soft spine within the softer outer shell of liberalism. Basically, an NPR host, which is not the bare minimum. They're worse than the bare minimum. They're upholding the both sides are equal status. He wasn't saying that violence, political violence, is a both sides issue. He's saying that the evaporation of a bright horizon is a both sides issue. Oh yeah, Ezra Klein with his bright horizon being evaporated from both sides.
Version of this, it is we lost touch with who we really are. And then the left has a version of this, which is we've never fully accepted, repented, transcended who we really were.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's no question that there is a version of what you might call in internet lingo the black pill vision of the world on the right that has been very powerful in certain ways. I think it's been one of the key flaws of the Trump administration, and I've written this, I think, is that it is itself, even...
It's a politic of grievances. That's what conservatism is. It's literally defined by their grievances. It's a reactionary politic. That's all that it is. There's a version of black pillism on the right. What is their shining horizon? Their shining horizon is still defined by what they hate. Yeah, it's still like fucking the Trump we just got done seeing, and like obviously this was recorded before then, but we just got done seeing Donald Trump say that he hates his political enemies. That's all that their politics are. They don't have a shining beacon of a horizon that they're moving towards. Donald Trump takes a look at drug prices and how they're cheaper in Europe, and he says, don't worry, we're going to make the prices in Europe more expensive, just like in America, so they can be just as miserable as us. Oh, yeah, it's a fucking... Oh, there's a subsection of conservatism where they aren't happy with the state of the world. A fucking subsection? This shit is so stupid.
And power sort of too pessimistic about its own situation. It's like, the hour is late, and if we don't defeat all of progressivism in the next 6 months, then the Republic is doomed. Yeah,
Flight 93, it's going down.
Right. No, that has been a thread running through the right since, at the very least, since Donald Trump came down the escalator, if not going back to the crack up of the George W. Bush presidency. I'm interested, though, in it on the left, in part, honestly, because I feel like I've been in rooms with liberals and had about 1,200 conversations over the last 10 or 15 years where I have to explain, why did the right get so dark? And so I do want to pin you down and ask you why you think the left got dark. But I also think, to me, as an observer, it feels like the pessimistic turn. You could say, well, of course, it starts when Donald Trump wins, right? And it starts when populism emerges. And there's truth to that. But I also kind of feel like it started a little bit before that there's a pessimistic turn, starts, somewhere in 2013 or 2014 under Obama, that becomes what we call wokeness and so on. What do you...
psychological theory I have of my own side. I think that Obama felt too many people like some kind of climax of the liberal project.
If pulled a match slap, he was just feeling up way too many people, opened himself up to some nasty lawsuits.
This country, 4 years removed from the flag pin election of 2004, we could elect a man named Barack Hussein Obama, a black man from Chicago.
Racism was solved.
Everything was possible. Now I think people, we take Obama so for granted, right? What that was so for granted. But it was incredibly unlikely seeming.
Just take a minute and put into context what Ezra Klein is saying. He's talking about Barack Obama, like arguably the most successful Democratic politician in, 50 years, somewhere along the lines of that, in terms of like his popularity and his hold on the party. He's like, we don't know what we had in Obama. A man named Barack Hussein Obama was elected. That was a landmark election. Important turning point in our lifetimes. A black man in America elected president. And fast forward to 2025, where you have Zoran Mamdani in the midst of all of these attacks, smearing him as an anti-Semite, smearing him as a terrorist, smearing him as anti-America. And people like Ezra Klein are like, whatever. Why are you advocating for Cory Booker to endorse him? Why are you advocating for Kamala Harris to endorse him? He's just like another guy, right? Or they're like, well, obviously Zoran Mamdani got elected because he's super charismatic and he had a good campaign strategy, not because of his policies. And then they look at Obama and they're like, well, it was his policies that got him elected. It's like, Obama was insanely charismatic. Like, you're not going to see another charismatic politician like that until Zoran, right? So when it's Obama, it's the policies of Obama. But when it's Zoran, well, no one actually cares about his policies. He's just charismatic.
Just a couple years before it happened. Like, it seemed way out of the bounds of possibility. And we elected Obama, or Obama got elected. And it's not that nothing happened. It's that what happened, it disappointed people. Here you have, the most talented liberal politician of his generation wins a big victory and is actually able to succeed where his recent predecessors have failed on the single project that had united left for decades, which is passing a big healthcare bill. And even that felt disappointing.
Which was a halfway measure.
After it did not solve America's race problem. It did not mean the end of systemic racism. It did not mean the end of police brutality. And it ends in Donald Trump. And I think that it sort of shatters liberal optimism. I think liberalism becomes exhausted and uncertain after that. What is its next project? The left, the thing that I would think of as more like the left of the liberals, right? The Bernie Sanders left. I think that has actually had real moments of incredible optimism. But I think liberalism, which is the sort of mainstream of the Democratic Party, it didn't have an idea after Obama. And the fact that, so first Hillary Clinton is sort of named, is seen as a successor, and she fails in the election quite catastrophically. And then Biden, he could not articulate what was going to be next. He was always what had come before. He was always a shadow of the thing that had gotten him to that place, which is the Obama coalition. And so now there's nothing. There's no recognized leader of liberalism. There's no singular project that unites liberalism. It's not universal healthcare now. I think for a while it was climate change. I mean, if you're thinking about existential levels of pessimism, and we're talking in the week, I think that people's minds are not now as much on, if my inbox and my conversations are to judge climatic collapse as political collapse, and whether or not there will be an after to the Trump administration or a return to something that they feel as more normal. Right. If you're asking me to sort of give you the advice.
I buy that. And I think you could frame it maybe the way you just did and say, look, liberals told the country and told themselves that the stakes of the 2024 election were...
All they're saying is that the Democrats lost the election and they don't know where to go next. Like, you don't have to have a whole analysis of history to say that. Like, your analysis isn't any deeper than saying, oh, well, the Democrats coalesced behind Kamala Harris and she lost. Okay? Like, you can give an analysis, but Kamala Harris didn't have a strategy. Like, this is the issue with politics. One strong candidate can actually make a fucking political party. And Kamala Harris was not a strong candidate. And honestly, neither was Joe Biden. Like, he's right. They didn't have any kind of ideology. They didn't have any kind of goal that they wanted to achieve. What was Kamala Harris's goal? The only thing I can fucking remember from that election is that she wanted to make it easier for people to start small businesses. Wow. Thank you, Kamala Harris. Now I can finally not open up that sandwich shop that I've always not wanted to open up. Only Kamala Harris can allow for something like that. Whereas Donald Trump actually had a vision. Like, this is something that a lot of leftists have been saying for a long time, ever since the election. You need to actually have a narrative to inspire people. None of this bullshit. Oh, the left they've become disillusioned. The brightness of their horizon has evaporated, and now they don't know where to go. They don't know whether east is west or whether the sun's going to rise in the north or the south. No, dude. There's just not a politician that's actually willing to offer any kind of change to the American people, except for leftists like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Zohar Mamdani. What, Gavin Newsom is going to inspire people because he discovered the caps lock key on his keyboard? Like, once again, man, actually, like, encouraging the idea of gerrymandering California to match the Republican gerrymandering of Texas, that's a good start, but that's not actually providing a vision forward. That's just fighting Republicans on their own terms. That's resisting. That's not pushing forward. And Gavin Newsom isn't the type of guy to be like, let's abolish all of ICE. Let's stop funding all of Israel. Let's actually put our feet down in what we believe in. Not the type of guy to do any of that.
Absolute, right? That, democracy is on the ballot. And after you lose an election like that, if you tell yourself it's existential and you lose, then it's not even clear how you return to sort of normal political alarm in that environment.
I think there's that. I think the loss of 2024 shattered the Democratic Party's confidence in its own politics. And I just don't think that the new leadership, the new ideas have yet emerged. I mean, one reason I think Abundance did as well as it did as a book, and it created so much energy, which is more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There's a debate between, on the policy side, a liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking in power, right? It's a problem that the government isn't able to deliver and our capacity, the state capacity is weakened, or it's a problem just that we have oligarchy and corporate power. And if you could smash that oligarchy and smash that corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promised people, right?
This was the clip that was going viral. Bro, this guy, man, this guy says a lot of nothing.
Party's confidence in its own politics. And I just don't think that the
party lost confidence in its own politics. Well, it never had confidence to begin with. Kamala Harris didn't have confidence in her politics. There's a anecdote from her book going around now where she couldn't even deal with a spur of the moment interview with like Dr. Brian on his podcast because he wanted to talk about healthcare. And she didn't know how to talk about healthcare. She doesn't have politics, bro. She's an empty vessel. She's just there to smile and to be a warm body for when Joe Biden croaks. There was no democratic politics. What were the politics, man? Like Joe Biden's IRA? The Build Back Better bill?
Leadership, the new ideas have yet emerged. I mean, one reason I think Abundance did as well as it did as a book, and it created so much energy, which is more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There's a debate between, on the policy side, a liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking in power, right? It's a problem that where, the government isn't able to
liberal vision of policymaking and populist vision of policymaking and power. Policymaking and power. That's what we got from Ezra here.
deliver, and our capacity, the state capacity is weakened, or is the problem is that we have oligarchy? And
is it that our state capacity is weakened, or is the problem that we have oligarchy? And Majority Report did a great job of breaking this down. But the reason that our state capacity is weakened is because we have oligarchy. The idea that our state capacity is weakened just as a result of some kind of weird vacuum that's happening is unserious. Like, if Ezra Klein wants to say that people are being unserious and they're not actually trying to win elections, then he should probably stop saying that oligarchy and weakened state power are two mutually exclusive things. And that they're like a dichotomy with each other.
Corporate power. And if you could smash that oligarchy and smash that corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promised people, right? Then there's a split on politics. And this is the one where we sort of jumped over, I think, a reckoning that's going to have to happen at some point. My gloss on what went wrong is two things. Liberalism became a political movement that didn't deliver. When you elected liberals in different places, Democrats in different places, they didn't deliver change in your life. The outcomes were not good enough. Not under Biden, not in California under Gavin Newsom, or in New York under Andrew Cuomo, or in Illinois. And I think this was actually more salient in terms of how much power got ceded to the right.
And that was, just to pause on that first point, and I think an interesting note that I think you would agree with, right, is that failure was obscured to some extent by the fact that the people who experienced that as failure moved away. Right. So it's not like liberalism seemed to fail in these states without losing power. Right. It's not like California is about to become Republican or New York State or Illinois. Right. It's just that people moved to other states. And so the problem became sort of.
Holy shit. This is so stupid. He's saying liberalism failed, but the liberals that failed didn't get punished because the people they failed moved away. No, they didn't get punished because the failed liberalism actually is incentivizing maintaining that same kind of status structure. So yeah, people are moving away, but that's not the reason that these liberals aren't getting punished. They're not getting punished because they're doing what they need to do in order to get votes, because their constituents are the wealthy homeowners that are always showing up at these city council meetings and yelling about having apartments that are too many stories in their backyard, or yelling about the idea that, oh, well, there's not actually a parking lot requirement for this next building. And then saying that, well, there's not going to be enough spots for me to park my car then. That's why these policies are failing. Not because people are moving away, but because the constituents that are the loudest and the wealthiest are being served the most. And that is causing failure for people that aren't the wealthiest and loudest.
Visible to Democratic leaders in those states who kept winning elections.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was invisible to them, but nevertheless, I think your point that a lot of people who were failed worse by the growing unaffordability in these states were able to move away. But the other thing is that liberals became the people who didn't like you. That they became the people, and I've seen this a lot on the Abundance Tour and going on podcasts.
Dude, I read Abundance. It's not a good book. Like, this was my review of it. It was fine as a collection of... Abundance was fine as a collection of different local policies that inhibit housing to be developed. But as a prescription for the Democratic Party, it sucked. It sucked. Like, there's no value of it other than being like, oh, well, here's a policy in California that when implemented, it didn't work. It's like, okay, well, the city council in California, or like the local city council in Sacramento, will probably not use that now. Great job, Ezra Klein, for identifying some specific local policies that could have worked slightly better. Okay, good. But yeah, the prescription is deregulation, apparently. Like, he literally says it's a roadmap for... He says abundance is a roadmap for the Democratic Party. And then he goes on to say that the prescription is deregulation. Well, guess what? Minneapolis actually did a pretty good job in addressing the climate, or not the climate crisis, the housing crisis. And how they did that was they worked with the state legislature and the state Supreme Court to avoid certain environmental reviews not reviews, but challenges for their housing building project that they were doing. They also got rid of parking lot requirements, and they upzoned places, including having a minimum required height for buildings in certain places and allowing for duplexes and triplexes to be created in other neighborhoods. None of that is deregulation. That's creating regulation in order to encourage more housing to be developed, which is not the same thing as quickly deregulating. Another thing Minneapolis did was actually pass affordable housing measurements. So it turns out you can have affordable housing where developers have to donate like a certain number of their lots that they're building to being affordable housing where people on low income can afford to live there. And Minneapolis increased the allotment for their own affordable housing initiatives where they build housing themselves. And actually, with the government stepping in, passing regulation like having minimum building height requirements and saying that they upzone places along high transit areas, by passing regulation like that, they were actually able to pretty much effectively address the housing crisis. None of that is deregulation. But yeah, you wouldn't understand that if you just read Ezra Klein's book Abundance, because he doesn't say that, because it doesn't fit with his neoliberal agenda that he's trying to, really put on everyone, that he says it really takes off.
That people now associate as sort of like the manosphere, and like the deep sense that liberals didn't like them. Liberals became censorious. They became the people who knew better than you. This became very toxic too. And the question of what is the political affect of the Democratic Party in a country where so many people support something that most people in the Democratic Party find genuinely intolerable, almost unimaginable to embrace, is a very unanswered question. And so I think that's also part of why, it's part of what you are noting. There isn't a reigning political theory, because the political theory that people had kind of failed, but no new one and no new political leader emerged.
But I also think that there's
the political theory that Kamala Harris ran on? What was that political theory?
A way in which I feel like it's gone beyond a bit what you describe, right? Where at sort of the peak of progressive cultural power, at that peak, there was a sense, progressives were censorious scolds who certainly didn't like populists and conservatives, but seemed to not like a lot of people generally. Today, I feel like it's almost, and these are, again, impressionistic, but it's almost like, do progressives like themselves? Right? Like,
you really want to put them on the couch?
Well, I mean, I'm.
But the answer is no.
The answer is no. Well, right. No, and in a way, that's always been true, right? Nothing like a self-hating liberal, right? But like, it's these things where
liberals aren't progressive.
Maybe people aren't really postponing kids because of climate change, maybe not. But progressives are having fewer kids. 30 years ago, progressives and conservatives in the Western world had the same birth rates, and today they don't. Right? 30,
it's
40,
all about the birth rates.
34. No, I'm gonna add some other data points besides my perpetual hobby horses. Right? But 30 or 40 years ago, maybe progressives, if you looked at sort of statistics on depression and anxiety and so on, maybe progressives looked a little more neurotic than conservatives. But today, maybe it's the smartphones, maybe it's something else, right? Today, progressives look a lot more anxious and depressed and neurotic, right? So there's this whole constellation of things that I just wonder I wonder two things. One, I wonder if even the attempt to sort of figure out a policy plan, right, is still not getting down to the bottom of what's amiss culturally in progressivism. But then also, I wonder, again, since we're in a week when we're talking about radicalization and violence and so on, right, I worry about a kind of 1970s scenario, right? Like, again, I don't think...
What is the 1970s scenario?
The 1970s scenario is the world where progressives feel like they lost the country. They had the 60s and then Richard Nixon took power, and you get a spiral of weirdo radicalization, Weather Underground, Days of Rage, all these things, and suddenly you do actually have, left-wing terrorist movements in America. That was the last time we had what I would describe as sort of a consistently radical...
Please, I don't know if this guy's a liberal. I guess he's like a conservative liberal. What is this fool? 1/3 of this country wants to murder their way to power, and you are worried that someone might fight back? The refusal to recognize that everything unraveled once Bernie was forced out of the primary is truly mind-numbing. God damn, dude, these comments are based. I've been on this podcast now for 15 minutes and I have no idea what the hell these two are talking about. It's interesting to listen to a group of people speak on and on and on and say nothing. No wonder shit never gets done in this country in a positive direction. I don't think Ezra Klein understands the left. Vote for us. We have no vision. Dude, these comments are actually fucking this guy up.
Violent left. And I don't think we have that right now, but I worry about it, and I worry more than I did 6 days ago, because honestly, so far what we know about the motives of Charlie Kirk's shooter suggests that he fits that category more than the kind of, unclassifiable, radicalized person. But
you don't know shit about Charlie Kirk's shooter. Definitionally, if it's a guy with a gun that kills someone, that fits the profile of a conservative. Like, just going off of the raw numbers of the amount of political violent crimes done by conservatives, you can't say that the target matters when it's a guy with a gun. Like, that's the MO of a conservative.
am I just sort of, am I just a conservative worrying too much? Do you worry about that kind of radicalization on the left?
At the moment, I don't, to just be blunt. I don't think we're seeing the emergence of weather underground style things.
You're not, you're not seeing organized. I agree. But
I look at the violence of the past couple of years, and I see, the person who broke into Nancy Pelosi's home, and that was somebody who was kind of right-coded in their radicalization. I look at the person who shot the Minnesota former Speaker of the House and a state senator there, seem more right-coded. My worry right now is a little bit, I think, different than yours. I think we go through periods. I think violence is contagious. I think the evidence on this is overwhelming. This is true at all levels of violence. It's true for gang violence. It's true for school shootings. Violence is contagious. It is mimetic in a strange way. This is why there are groups that try to enforce a media code, not successfully, that we don't name mass shooters. Because there is fairly good evidence that naming mass shooters makes it more likely. Suicide is contagious. We know this too. And I am worried that political violence is becoming contagious and mimetic. My friend PJ Vogt made this point to me, which I think is true. Like, we should just not report on the things written on bullet casings, because after Luigi Mangione did that, it was there with this shooter. And this idea where you can make the murder weapon into a billboard for whatever message you want the world to hear from you, I think is very bad. So I'm less seeing this as coded, left or right, and more seeing it as a kind of, mimetic disease that we...
Bro, what the fuck are you on about, man? It's the guns. It's people with the guns that are doing this. Is violence contagious? Violence is a contagious disease. What? Journal of Ethics. Okay. Violence really is a disease. The contagious spread of violence among us. When was this? This was in 2017. Okay, who cares? Like, he's just spouting out of his ass. This is not a science at all. The guy's just saying that violence is contagious while ignoring the fact that the vast majority of violence is done by conservatives. What the fuck? I'm losing my mind.
Go through periods that it becomes infectious, and I'm very worried about the escalation into one of those periods now.
Right, but the problem with not reporting on those kind of messages, right? It's like saying, well, are we not going to report on the official stated reasons of the killers? I think obviously you have to, and in that reporting, you do have to draw some kind of assessment, not just of like, why are people, getting memed into violence? Why is it contagious?
It may not be a possible thing to do.
But also, like, what is actually going on in people's minds, right? I'm on the record saying this, and I'll say it again.
Saying that violence is contagious is actually a cop-out of why people commit violent acts. Like, when you see a white supremacist shoot up a school, when you see a guy raised in a mega household who's around guns his entire life kill Charlie Kirk, like, saying violence is contagious is a bullshit answer.
I do think that most of the mass shootings and many of the political assassinations we have seen reflect sort of a mixture of mental illness, internet radicalization, things that are not classifiable on partisan terms. I think you have a set of attacks and mass shootings that are right-wing coded and are often connected to neo-Nazi sort of accelerationist stuff. We don't know exactly what it looks like in this case, but it's there in the Mangione assassination, right? That does seem like a vision that comes out of a kind of left-wing despair at the state of American culture. Or the, sort of the impossibility of...
Really, dude? Go to any conservative town and they'll all have sob stories about their healthcare. You're going to say that dissatisfaction with your healthcare is left-wing coded? Are you fucking kidding me? That's what the Republicans ran on. That's all what RFK is. Trump just had... Trump, he made a doctor the enemy of his first term in office. He said, oh yeah, Dr. Fauci is actually the big bad guy. Oh my God, this guy's pissing me off, man. Yeah, dissatisfaction with your healthcare in America is so left-wing coded. It's not like the conservatives have an entire fucking movement of anti-vaccines. Dude, oh my God, these people are pissing me off.
Doing anything about the oligarchs or the impossibility about doing anything about the fascist right except saying, here, catch fascists with a bullet, right? And yeah, I'm more worried about that this week than I was last week. And so that's part of why I'm just pushing on left-wing despair. Like just to take, like, you know, an example from your own work, right? Like, you do a lot of writing about the idea that there's an emergency. There can be an emergency in America if Trump, you know, defies the Supreme Court or violates the laws in these various ways. What do you say to someone on the left, not even someone who's sort of explicitly considering violence, but someone who says, look, all the institutions have just failed. Why are you here telling me, you know, that we're going to have a political response to the emergency? Isn't the hour much later than that?
I think that political violence of that kind is fun.
Just keep in mind, that's quite literally a question that Charlie Kirk was asked at one of his rallies, where the guy said, can't we use guns now? I'm tired of doing elections. Let's use guns. That's such a conservative issue. The fact that they're acting like it's a leftist issue is insulting.
Fundamentally immoral and catastrophically ineffective. I don't find this to be a hard line to hold.
No, I don't imagine that you do.
And the stakes of politics are almost always incredibly high. I think they happen to be higher now. And I do think a lot of what is happening in terms of the structure of the system itself is dangerous. I think that the hour is late in many ways. And that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political...
Hey, you're streaming? That's awesome. Well, let me know if you ever want to come on stream and have a chat or something. It'd be fun. How's it going in Wales? Yeah, if it's morning in Wales, I know I'm going too long.
Decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you win. Right? Taking political positions that'll make it more likely to win Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri. Trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before. Running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness...
Oh, yeah. Fuck, I missed it. I missed it. Goddamn, Burks. The guy's like, you need to run pro-life Democrats in red states.
From that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you win, right? Taking political positions that'll make it more likely to win Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri. Trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before.
Open your coalition. Let's run pro-Palestine people. How about that? Is that an open enough coalition for you, Ezra Klein, or is that too open?
Running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness to match the seriousness of your politics to the seriousness of your alarm. I see a Democratic Party that often just wants to do nothing differently, even though it is failing. Like failing in the most obvious and consequential ways it can possibly fail.
So you're going to talk about Kamala Harris being unwilling to match her politics, right? Because she did not rise to the occasion. There was a growing demand for her to distance herself from Israel, and she did nothing of the sort. There's a growing demand for her to actually resist Trump and campaign for bigger change than what she was offering, and she did nothing of the sort. That seemed like an unserious campaign. If you can't go on a fucking podcast because you think Joe Rogan might hammer you too hard about your history of banning weed, then maybe you're an unserious person with unserious politics.
And I am not probably the person who knows how to do things differently. I have ideas that are about abundance and ideas that are about liberalism. We can talk about them. But whatever it is, it shouldn't just be drifting forward. If you want to talk about, to me, what looks to me like despair and pessimism, it isn't that a couple random people on both sides, as you note, have picked up guns. It is that the people in actual power who are sane and are clear thinking are doing almost nothing differently. They're failing and rethinking nothing, and at least not in any profound level. And I actually find that very worrying. I would like to see right now,
turning me into a motherfucking owl. Who is not doing anything? Who's the one with power not doing anything? Are you talking about Joe Biden? Are you talking about Kamala Harris? Are you talking about Chuck Schumer? Who with power is not doing anything?
The rooms I am aware of, much more profound forms of re-strategizing going on. So I think that there is a pessimism, but it doesn't it almost has not hit the level of despair you're talking about. It's a kind of like,
well, or maybe
exhaustion.
maybe it's skipped ahead to use the classic Simpsons reference where you say, we've done nothing and we're all out of choices, right? Or something. We've tried nothing and now it's time to give up. I want to ask you about restructuring in the context of your book, but I interrupted you earlier when you were talking about divides within the Democrats or divides on the left, right? And you said one divide is over, sort of liberalism versus populism. But just say something about the other divide.
The other divide, I don't quite have the right language for it. I don't want to call it liberalism versus illiberalism. I think that's not quite right. I think that there is a liberalism I would associate with Bill Clinton and Barack Obama in their political style, which is a liberalism that is very attentive to the reality, the existence of disagreement, and the need to be not just in conversation with that disagreement, but genuinely respectful of it. Bill Clinton's safe, legal, and rare formulation. Barack Obama's approach to questions of race.
No, he's actually bringing back anti-abortion talking points.
That I think has a lot to do with social media, actually.
He's saying that the safe, legal, and rare talking point was good. Yeah, that's what the Democrats are lacking. A respectful distance from abortion. That's what the Democrats need. They were just too gung-ho about abortion. And they suffered an election loss as a result of that.
That is very attentive to the reality, the existence of disagreement, and the need to be not just in conversation with that disagreement, but genuinely respectful of it. Bill Clinton's safe, legal, and rare formulation. Barack Obama's approach to questions of race. But I think that there's been a move that I think has a lot to do with social media, actually, and the modes of discourse and action that dominate there. But they begin to have the view that you don't bridge disagreement. You sort of draw a line around it, and you say, that's not even an okay position to hold.
Yeah, because when you're advocating against women's rights, or advocating against Palestinians, or advocating against trans people, that's not an acceptable position to hold. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Human rights are my bare minimum line. What, should we vote for Republicans if they're like, we're just like against Jewish people, like we just want to get Jewish people out of the country. We supported Israel, now it's time to send all of the Jews there. Would you be like, well, you should accept an open mind and, maybe not actually send Jewish people out of the country, but you can redline Jewish people. Maybe I'd be fine with that. We have to bridge agreements here. We need to bridge our differences so that we can actually build a coalition and be successful and win elections. Because if you don't scapegoat Jewish people and you don't kowtow to Republican scapegoating of Jewish people, I don't think you're a real serious person. I don't think you actually want to win elections. Dude, this man just got through saying that he wants that the Democratic Party is rudderless. They have no direction, no vision, no goal. And now he's saying that they should kowtow to Republican policies? What the fuck is going on? This guy's supposed to be some kind of thought leader on the left? Or thought leader at least for the Democrats? And this is what he's saying? Oh yeah, simultaneously you need to have a vision and a goal, but also I don't really give a fuck, and you should just abandon every position you have to try to half-ass it to a Republican position, because that's what a serious politician would do. It's insane, man. You should broaden your coalition and try to work with Republicans to bridge the divide that you have with them. But also have a clear goal in mind. This is what liberals are holding up as the paragon of the direction of the party that we should be going in?
That there can be no compromise with it. There can barely be engagement with it. And I think that we were illiberal on speech issues for a number of years there. Like, I think that I should have taken that critique more seriously than I did at the time. That's one way I have rethought the period around 2020. And
so
I think that the way in which, say, Clinton and Obama ran politically a kind of politics that sat with the idea that people were absolutely going to disagree with them and they would need to win over some of those precise people. That their politics would need to be palatable to people who did not agree with quite a bit of what they wanted to do.
Well, and
I think we lost that.
And this gets to the thing that you wrote about.
What? You're saying that Hillary Clinton didn't triangulate? I mean, dude, that's just what Kamala Harris's campaign was. It was all triangulating positions. What are you
I think
talking
that I
about?
critique more seriously than I did at the time. That's one way I've rethought the period around 2020. And I think that the way in which, say, Clinton and Obama ran politically a kind of politics that sat with the idea that people were absolutely going to disagree with them and they would need to win over some of those precise people. That their politics would need to be palatable to people who did not agree with quite a bit of what they wanted to do.
Well,
and I think we lost that.
And this gets to the thing that you wrote about Charlie Kirk that I believe has attracted a lot of feedback, both positive and negative, right? Where you said something to the effect of, while disagreeing with just about everything Kirk stood for, you felt like it had to be emphasized the extent to which he was doing politics the right way, in the sense that he was famous for going onto liberal-leaning college campuses and having extended arguments with ordinary students that were, for the most part, respectful and serious. And of course, he did many other things too, but that was a core part of the kind of Kirk identity and what made him sort of distinctive among figures. And you said basically that had to be respected.
What the fuck?
Say something about the feedback you've gotten to that argument.
So I wrote this piece in the sort of hours right after Kirk was shot. And as you say, I said, look, you can disagree with everything Kirk believed about politics and believe he was practicing politics the right way. Now,
No, that's not true. You can disagree with everything Kirk believed about politics. Or did he say did or believed?
As you say, I said, look, you can disagree with everything Kirk believed about politics and
believed about politics, but then say that Kirk was practicing politics the right way. Well, if your politics don't only determine the policies you advocate for, but it also determines the way in which you advocate for them. You can't disagree with everything Kirk believes about politics, but think that he does politics the right way, because doing politics is a thing that Kirk believes about politics. He believes in the way he does politics. So how the fuck can you agree with the way he does it if you disagree with everything about his politics? Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. The liberal brain rot is stunning. Also, Charlie Kirk was not doing politics the right way. His politics existed. His politics consisted of debating uninformed people, myself included. No, I never debated him. Debating people that he could farm sound bites off of in a completely disingenuous way. And also, he fucking scapegoated minorities. He ginned his followers up by scapegoating minorities. That is not a good way of doing politics. You shouldn't attain power by scapegoating minority groups, which is what Charlie Kirk did. And you also shouldn't attain power by framing your political opponents like fucking, lol cows, by disingenuously clip farming them and then taking them out of context and just making them, like, deceptively editing them to make them look as dumb as possible while making yourself look awesome. That is not an open debate. That is just propaganda that he's doing. So, man, holy shit, dude. The fact that this guy is like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk did politics the right way, and the Democrats need to have a strong vision for the future, but also they need to bend all of their rules so that they prove they're actually serious in the way they handle politics, and they should just be like pro or like anti-abortion and anti-trans and anti-immigration. They should do everything that the Republicans want them to do, which is literally what they did in the last fucking election, where Kamala Harris is like, fuck the immigrants, fuck the trans people, I'm not black, I'm not Hispanic, I'm not going to be talking about being a woman, I'm barely going to bring up the abortion issue at all. That's what they did, you motherfucker. The only thing you've said that's been correct is that the Democrats need a vision. The vision, though, isn't what in the book you're selling, which is, let's deregulate and have corporations be our baby daddies and take care of us.
Believe he was practicing politics the right way. Now, I described in that paragraph the part of Kirk you're describing, the part that would go to colleges and set up a table and eventually a tent and eventually use auditoriums. Just said, debate with me, prove me wrong, let's talk. There were a lot of people who took that as saying I was saying everything Kirk did politically was the right thing to do and everything he believed was the right thing to believe, which is not my view. But
that's also not the right way to do politics. Holy shit. Like, you don't have to lie about the criticisms that people had of your stupid fucking article. You can just Say the real criticisms, because there are real criticisms. You don't have to say, oh, well, I was criticized, but they didn't actually understand the point of my article. You see, they thought I was saying that everything he believed was good. I just said that the one small aspect of what he did was good. And, that's not even correct, though. You're still wrong. Even if you try to say that, like, oh, you just don't understand. You're too stupid to understand what I was actually trying to say. You're still wrong. What you actually tried to say is still wrong. Okay, so this bird only comes out at night. All right, Ezra, take it away.
I hold to the view I did describe, or I think I described, which is that there was a kind of almost delight in engagement, a sense that disagreement could be the start of something. Even if it was only to disagree for the people on your own side, that I think the left did not adopt that particular attitude. The left is more likely for quite some time to try to keep someone like Kirk or Shapiro from speaking on campus than sort of happily debate with them and do the reverse, which is like, can you do a speaking tour of evangelical churches, right? Can you actually go into the places you feel are most hostile to you and treat that as an interesting place to begin a conversation, even if only to sharpen your own arguments?
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you on exactly that point. Who do you think that there's anyone on the left who does that kind of thing? It's sort of part of, it's almost the bunker that progressivism has built for itself, that it's hard to imagine someone doing that.
I think there has been more of a tendency to try to define people out of the community, right? Out of the boundaries of acceptable or polite discourse. I think a good quality of liberalism is a self-doubt about things where, you believe there should be an airing of ideas because you believe you could be wrong about things. And even if you're not going to agree with something totally, you might learn something from it anyway. But also, secondarily, just an instrumental reality is it was a total failure. And in being a total failure, what it allowed Donald Trump and the right to do in 2024 was dramatically expand the shape of their coalition to RFK Jr., to Elon Musk, to the tech right. Trump 2024 was very different than Trump 2016.
What happened on the right tended to be that you would have people who had been on the left who were feeling alienated, who would go and have conversations with people on the right and would end up becoming themselves in various ways right-wing.
I just think in many ways we were not practicing.
Once again, that's not a real thing. There were some grifters. Oh, are you talking about Dave Rubin? Are you talking about Anna Kasparian? Oh, Ethan Klein? No. Oh, we had some disagreements with the left, and then the right was so much nicer to us, so we just went over there. No, dude. Yeah, what were the disagreements? Policy disagreements. They're pro-genocide. They're anti-trans. What else? Anti-immigrant. Racist. What does Bill Maher say? Anti-woke ideology.
Politics.
Okay.
We're doing something else.
But now I'm going to pull us up from the mire of political tactics to the...
I think these are political principles.
They're political principles, but there is a broader vista here, a vista of, abundance, if you will, right? And yeah, I completely agree with you that liberalism, progressivism, the Democrats have all of these sort of concrete kind of discourse-driven flaws, right? They're sort of failing at the discourse of the internet era. But you talked earlier about the big challenge that Democrats have had ever since Obamacare passed, right? Of figuring out what's next, right? What's the horizon? And I think that that's linked to what I see as pessimism. Maybe you only see as uncertainty, disquiet, fear of Trump, for a movement that calls itself progressive, right? There's a lack of utopian ambition. And when I read your book, especially at the beginning, I was like, this is a utopian book. We're not going to talk about the specifics of zoning reform. I want you to say something utopian about the future that you think progressives should be.
I believe technology can dramatically transform human life for the better. Dramatically. I think it can make possible ways of living. I think it can solve problems that we take as completely inevitable and totally for granted. I think that
Yeah. And if corporations are responsible for developing that technology that you say makes life better for humans, then life is not going to get better for humans because corporations want to keep humans as desperate as possible so that you fucking work in their corporation. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. The reason that we don't have universal healthcare is because our healthcare is tied to corporations. And also, private insurance companies make a lot of money by having private healthcare. You have the middleman of your insurance companies. You have the middleman of your employer paying you or making you tied to them, making you desperate because you have... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that was a bird right there. Because you can't leave your job. If you leave your job, you're going to lose your health care. That's the reason that we never have universal health care. And if we can't even have universal health care, guess what? The fucking oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. The technology that Ezra Klein is saying is going to help humanity is never going to come to fruition if we can't even get universal health care. Oh my God. Just got violated by that thing.
We should be able to deliver dramatic changes to public infrastructure quickly. I think we should be able to build things. And I think when the government promises you something, from high-speed rail to a subway extension to a national electric vehicle charger network, that thing should emerge. It should be gleaming. It should happen quickly. It should be, oh my fucking God, the government did that. And I think that one of the central failures of progressivism is it has not admitted it did this, but it has lost faith in what the government itself can do. And it's lost faith in it, in part because it does not let the government do those things anymore. It has wrapped it in regulation and procedure in ways that does not allow it to deliver in the way that our own government has in the past, that other countries' governments do right now. So the big, dramatic, like ambitious thing I want to say is that the future does not need to be like the present. And for that, we need institutions capable of delivering and working with change rapidly.
So there's a conservative or libertarian critique of your argument that says, basically, you can't get what you want through the means that you want to use to get it, because whatever the government might be in a hypothetical past, in this world, it's too encrusted with interest groups and their competing demands, right? And so to have abundance, you need to be more of a libertarian. And yeah, you want the government to do some things, sure, but mostly it's about deregulation and unleashing, and that you have a sort of naive faith in government capacity in this age. I want to stipulate that argument and not let you address it, and ask you to address
a different way of running a podcast.
I mean, it's my rules. And,
you get to be on that side of the table today.
Well, I think you would have reasonable answers to that. I want to acknowledge its existence while asking you, while trying to again get down to this philosophical level, which is that I have been around progressives and liberals my entire life, and I would never describe them primarily as the part of America that has great faith in technology's capacity to change human life for the better. Quite the reverse. Now, as you mentioned, some of the people who have zero faith in technology's ability to change human life for the better are sort of crunchy granola anti-vaccine types who have migrated maybe into the Republican tent, right? So there's maybe a part of the left that is anti-tech that is now on the right in a different political coalition. But even so, even allowing for that migration, my general impression of post-1970s progressivism is that it is organized around, first, a premise that the most important thing is always redistribution, and second, that it just thinks that, technology is making the world worse in many ways, right? I had Peter Thiel on the podcast, and he gave me his sort of familiar, if you know his work, line about how the hippies ruined Western civilization by destroying faith and progress. And that's an overstatement, but isn't there something there? Isn't there a powerful mindset on the left that just sort of recoils from your pro-technology spiel?
I think some do. I think that and I appreciate you drawing this out because it's part of the book that has gotten less attention in the tour. People are more sort of interested in why we didn't build high-speed rail than this. But very much an intention of the book for me, explicitly, is rebuilding a progressive politics of technology. Because I believe in it. Because one, in some ways it had already happened. The book is in part motivated by the green energy transition. The green energy transition has been
politic of technology. We're going to run on technology. Dude, what you say? Come on, man. Come on. You're saying that the Democrats need some kind of vision to inspire their audience to rebuild the horizon that has that's light has been diminished. That's what you're saying we need. And your solution to that is technology? That's your solution to that? Some kind of arcane thing where we're gonna develop space portals? Okay, you want rail. That's a good tangible thing. I don't know. I don't think that's a good campaign promise though, right? The president saying, or the presidential candidate being vote for me and I'll give high-speed rail. It's not really what everyone's clamoring for. Everyone in America owns a car already, unless they live in a city, in which case, they don't really need rail. They already have ways to get around. Your housing issue would be more important than that. But housing isn't going to be solved by technology. Housing is going to be solved by just building more housing. And you can't, I don't know, man, you can't really just say, oh yeah, we're going to deregulate at the federal level, because in your book, you wrote that it's a local issue. All of the housing crises are local zoning issues. which are due to city councils and local politicians being captured by the housing owning class. Like the house owning class controls these local governing bodies. So yeah, like give me something more specific. I don't know if I don't know, chat. Am I wrong? Am I wrong that when I say that I don't think I'm going to build high-speed rail is a good presidential gambit?
Logically miraculous. To Peter's point, I sort of wrote this piece, actually for the Times, reviewing this book by J. Store Hall called Where's My Flying Car? And J. Store Hall is like more, I would say, like the Peter Thiel approach to politics. Yep. And I call this sort of reactionary futurism. And it has this whole thing about how the hippies destroyed everything. You got to sit with contradiction sometimes a little bit better than I feel like some of these arguments do. Because, of course, where is the epicenter of technological innovation in this country? It is at the epicenter of the hippies. And that's not some accident, right?
Wait, you're talking about rural Vermont, I assume, right?
It is partially that culture of intense openness, that culture of optimism, the willingness to question the way we do things that has made Silicon Valley possible. Now, I do think the argument that Thiel might make, that Hall might make, that I actually have great sympathy for, is that we have become, but specifically...
Yeah, Ezra Klein's presidential vision is, let's get rid of abortion, but build high-speed rail. That's his presidential bid. Jesus Christ, these bats. Oh God, there's still a bat on me. Oh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on? Oosh. Poison? Jump? Am I a little bit safe here? Poison. Fire. Shield. Alright, where's this bird? Kill the bird. Oh no, it ate me. Oh, I'm gonna die. It ate me. Wait, am I still alive? Oh, fuck. I died.
Progressivism has become excessively risk-averse and harm reductionist. We are more worried about what might go wrong than we are willing to let things go right. And I think of that as a pendulum. Some of the backlash to all of this was merited.
Okay, bro. You're not saying anything. Give me concrete examples on how we can address it. Because I agree with you. If you're talking about like Kamala Harris not wanting to go onto a Joe Rogan podcast, or that she couldn't handle the fucking Dr. Mike podcast. But if you're going to say that like, oh yeah, well, the progressives are afraid of being pro-life, then I don't agree with you. What do you mean? They're afraid of what might go wrong by not being pro-life enough.
That the New Deal growth machine, because I mean, this is harkening back to a New Deal form of liberalism, not to some completely unknown thing, but the New Deal growth machine really was often reckless, heedless. We really did cut highways for all kinds of communities we shouldn't. We really did not take people's needs into account. We really did despoil streams and, cut down forests. There were reasons we built protections for individuals, for communities, for the environment. And like anything, those things grew and grew and grew. And then all kinds of special interests came in. And
yeah, it's the environmental protections that are they're just too much. They're too much. Those goddamn environmental protections ruining life for all of us. Come on. I need to kill this bat. Holy shit. Okay, run. This bird is going to fuck my ass. Okay. Oh God. All right, come off of here. Go like this. Go like this. And now where's the bird? All right, Ezra, take it away.
Began to weaponize them against new housing development, weaponize them against new energy development. People just liked, plenty of very comfortable people, many of them liberals, just liked the way things were. They didn't need it to get any better. They weren't worried about they weren't going to live in the affordable housing. They were not suffering from an absence of sufficient energy or cheap enough energy. And so, the pendulum has to swing back. So it would be one thing if I was coming in and saying progressivism should have all these goals it doesn't have. But I'm saying something actually quite different. Progressivism has these goals already. We did try to build high-speed rail. We just failed. We do want clean energy, but we are just failing to build it, or we're failing to build it fast enough. So I think for me, I'm trying to reconnect our ends, which I think many of them are good and wise, with our means, which have become insufficient for delivering the kind of policy change or real life change that we promise people.
Life change. Let's say something about that. You talked about the hippies and the complexity of the hippies, right? The idea that, okay, the hippies are in some way the predecessors of, the Environmental Review Commission that won't let you build a new apartment building in a city that needs more housing. But they're also the antecedents of Silicon Valley dynamism.
No.
One of the things that I think you see in, sort of hippiedom is a kind of deeply optimistic vision of the human future. And again, I'm containing contradictions because I was just talking about the darkness of the 1970s radical left. That also comes out of, in certain ways out of hippiedom too. So it's a lot of complexity in history. But in sort of California counterculture politics in the 1970s, there is also this sort of age of Aquarius. The world is headed for consciousness raising and transformation aspect. A new age metaphysical vision, not the metaphysical vision I as a Christian subscribe to, but a metaphysical vision nonetheless. And you knew I'd bring this conversation around to religion at the end, right? But maybe doesn't a utopia need that kind of story as well, right? Like for part of what Obama offered.
What are you talking about?
Was the language of
Do we need a religion?
The arc of history. Is there an arc of history
show?
vision available?
Is this a serious podcast? Did this motherfucker just actually say, oh yeah, the Democrats don't know what they're doing. We need religion?
You knew I'd bring this conversation around to religion at the end, right? But maybe doesn't a utopia need that kind of story as well, right? Like for part of what Obama offered, was the language of the arc of history. Is there an arc of history vision available to the left that can restore optimism, right? Like cosmic hope, not just hope in technology alone, but hope in the ultimate horizons of the human species.
I don't think where the mainstream Democratic Party is going to get its teleological structure of politics is going to be from the hippies' age of Aquarius consciousness raising. I don't think it's going to be at this point from Christianity or Judaism or Buddhism. I do think that there is remarkable stories contained inside the American story. And I think that one of the damaging things that happened for the Democratic Party was it sort of turned on its own American story, right? It went from the sort of Obama arc of history to, the much more like we are birthed in sin and still inside of it.
Mm-hmm. Which is, to be fair, still a story.
Still
right?
Story, and still partially true.
And still, but also a story that, you can say we were birthed in sin, but we're destined for redemption. You can imagine a left-wing politics that says that.
And you can imagine other stories that are emergent out of what made mid-century America great. I've been thinking about this because I've been a bit obsessed with a speech J.D. Vance gave at the Claremont Institute, where part of the speech was him taking aim at the sort of creedal America, the sort of Frederick Douglass America, the America where belonging is at least partly defined by a commitment to the ideals of the Declaration of Independence. And Vance says, that he prefers attaching belonging to whether your ancestors were here in the Civil War than whether or not you believed in the Declaration of Independence. Okay, that's one level of the fight. And
I'm just going to say I think that slightly simplifies what he was saying, but please continue.
I don't really, but I would love to do as long as you want to do on Vance.
Separate episode.
But let me say that he goes on in that speech to say something else. He does make a series of points about citizenship and belonging. He says, well, what's the point of all this? He says, well, it's to build, to make America great, to create as our forefathers once did. And I read that and I thought, in the period of time in which America did become this world-spanning colossus, a lot of it did have to do with our ability to integrate people into our community, our ability to welcome in immigrants, at different rates and at different times, but quite a lot of them, our ability to expand our community far beyond what other countries were typically capable of doing. And it made me think about how poor we have been in the Democratic Party about actually making not just the moral argument for our approach to belonging, not just the policy oversight of our approach to belonging, where you actually do need an orderly border and for people to feel you're doing things in the national interest, but the actual argument for at least part of our approach to belonging, which is it makes America stronger, it makes it more innovative, it makes it more generative, it makes it more dynamic. And there as being a lot of opportunity in that. There being a tradition here that we can take hold of that is an exciting tradition, a tradition of dynamism, a tradition of change, a tradition of welcoming people in who then do amazing things they could do here that they could do nowhere else. So if you want my version of your cosmic hope, I do think that there's a story in which America doesn't just bend towards justice, but it does bend towards a kind of greatness that comes from a kind of diversity and inclusion, one might call it.
But diversity,
out a bit of favor.
And this is my last demand I'll make of you. Inclusion into what exactly? What view? What vision?
This is what the guy wants to get specific on. So the cosmic inspiration, the cosmic horizon that leftists can struggle to attain, he wants to get specific on. That's what he wants. So the whole idea of the Democrats need a vision, and the Democrats should kowtow to Republicans and coalition build, the Democrats didn't actually rise to the occasion and fight for anything and push for anything, and they were afraid to put themselves out there because they were afraid of failure. All of that can be vague and nebulous, but when we're talking about the cosmic inspiration that leftists will reach out to the horizon in order to grab, that's when he wants to be specific. What a lovely podcast.
Of the good life. This is where I still feel like the utopianism of your book, while really good as a corrective to despair, lacks something that even the right in its various, sort of dark and black-pilled forms still gets to offer, right? Which is that, the right can say, you see Charlie Kirk say this over and over again, right? In one of the personas that he had was sort of, Christian evangelist and Christian dad, right? Where he would go around and say, look, to young men, he would say, look, politics is important, but you have to get married and you have to go to church and you have to start a family, right? That is a concrete vision of the good life that politics exists to support and technology exists to enrich, right? And in mid-century America, in mid-20th century America, it was connected to a thin but still real sort of Protestant-ish civic religion in which, human beings had an earthly destiny and a heavenly destiny too. And it is impossible for me as a religious person, I'm sorry, not to look at sort of progressivism right now and say, you need something else in the horizon besides saying we're going to be inclusive and we're going to get rich together with flying cars. You need to say, so that we can live in some specific way that we are supposed to live. What is that way, Ezra Klein? How then shall we live?
My friend,
like, if your religiosity trumps your progressive ideals, then it's not really for you, is it?
I am a liberal. I actually believe in creating a space for liberal individual flourishing of different kinds. I don't find it to be some great countercultural thing to say you should have a family. I have 2 children. I talk about it on my show all the time. I'm a left pronatalist. I don't believe it has been a great advantage of the rights in politics that some other people say it's good to be a dad, and nor do I believe it's a great advantage of mine. I think that if you want to see, like, Obama's good at the politics of a family and Pete Buttigieg is better at it than anybody currently on the right, because I think to him it is a more remarkable thing that he has children and he has a husband than it is to anyone virtually in national politics. So hold on.
Buttigieg and Obama are both in liberal, left-wing progressive ways steeped in the language of
I agree, but
Christianity.
I think what I'm saying to this is that I don't think of this as the part of liberalism right now, or the part of the Democratic Party or the left, whatever you want to call it, that is unsolved for. I don't think that we lack stories. I don't think we lack that vision. I know we are not as rooted in religious faith as you would prefer us to be. I think our failures have been elsewhere. And so Abundance is not a book about everything. I don't really want to tell you where you got to drive your flying car. That's not, in this particular spot, my role. I actually have ideas that are, we'll see what forms they come out, about what it means to be in a national community together. I think that's closer to the kind of thing you're asking. But I do think believing in change and believing in this country as an adventure is an exciting thing. And yes, we need much more than that to make meaning out of life. But I think there's a lot that politics should make meaning out of. I think it should make meaning out of us as a nation. I think it should chart a particular course on policy that is connected to principles of what we believe is just and good and decent. Maybe there is some place we can get to in politics where it is capable of doing that. Maybe it is a John Deweyan view of reconnecting us to a civic culture at such a level of engagement and involvement heretofore unknown outside of small New Hampshire villages. We're far from that. We're real far from that. I would prefer something, I think, getting to somewhere that is decent, capable, optimistic, and dynamic would be a good first step.
Ezra, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you, Russ.
Okay, that was a bullshit podcast. It really was. Ezra Klein didn't say anything, and his co-host said even less. Oh my god. Okay. I don't have the strength. I don't have the strength to go through that interview. The Kamala Harris interview. Okay, guys, I'm not going to finish this whole thing, but this is going to be my dirty pleasure. Ben Shapiro on Ezra Klein's show. The 2 most shit libs on the block talking with each other. I would have hung it up now, but I really want to kill this bird, and so I might as well try to finish streaming and kill it. So let's watch this.
Last week, Charlie Kirk was murdered while speaking at
Although I'm going to lower the volume of this and turn on the volume of Elden Ring. All right, let's go.
Utah Valley University. His murder has shaken me pretty deeply. In the days after his assassination, when I would close my eyes, I just kept...
I hope that it has shaken you, because if you wrote that Charlie Kirk practiced politics correctly while you were in a healthy state of mind, then you're really fucked up, man.
Imagining a bullet going through a neck. But it disturbed me in a different way when I would open my eyes and look online to see some of Kirk's allies declaring war, insisting that normal politics had failed, that the time to cleanse this country of the radical left, whatever that means,
This
had
is so
come.
deep.
When I'd see some of Kirk's critics mocking or reveling in his murder, sharing clips of his worst moments, suggesting
Mocking or reveling. They show his grave and it's like, I hate empathy. It's literally just quoting Charlie Kirk and he's like, you're reveling in his death.
Or reveling in his murder, sharing clips of his worst moments, suggesting in one way or another that he deserved this, that we were better off. This was not everybody, it was not most.
Showing clips of Charlie Kirk is not suggesting that he deserves it. It's remembering him. It's honoring his legacy. That's what it is. You can't. Oh yeah. So the guy who wrote Charlie Kirk did everything properly can't quote Charlie Kirk because he thinks of it as mocking. Okay. Oh shit.
Of us, it never is. But the nature of online algorithms means that it makes for a lot of what the most politically engaged see of each other. You could feel the temperature rising.
These people need to be defeated, not reasoned with.
You have the crazies on the far left who are saying, oh, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, they're going to go after constitutionally protected speech. No, we're going to go after the NGO network that foments, facilitates, and engages in violence.
In my life, I don't think we have ever felt as close as we do now to some kind of violent national rupture. Because it's not just Kirk. In the last few years, a bullet nearly ended Donald Trump's life. A man tried to burn Josh Shapiro and his family alive in their home.
Yeah, and all of those guys are conservative, bro.
To kidnap her. And when he didn't find her, he fractured her 82-year-old husband's skull with a hammer.
Melissa
the former
Hortman?
Speaker
Hello?
of the Minnesota House and her husband
there we
were
go.
assassinated. The CEO of United Healthcare was gunned down in Midtown Manhattan, and many lionized his killer.
Bro. Comparing Melissa Hortman's assassination to the CEO getting gunned down is honestly disrespectful. Like, the Minnesota Democrats lost control of the House because of that assassination. The CEO was replaced the very next week. That's the difference, man. One's an actual political assassination, one's just a disgruntled customer.
Violence is viral. It infects, it spreads. Violence is combustible.
No.
It blazes into civil wars, into world wars, into totalitarian turns.
Maybe if you have the groundwork for that, which we don't. How is Charlie Kirk getting shot going to start a civil war, dude? Yeah, maybe when there's already two opposing factions, violence can lead into a civil war. Ah, shit, not until morning.
Who knows which spark will light the wildfire? In the hours after Kirk's murder, trying to process.
Do you think there's going to be Antifa versus Proud Boys in the streets of major cities because of Charlie Kirk's death? Is that what you think's gonna happen?
It's my own shock, my own fear. I wrote a piece about him. In that piece, I said, you can disagree with virtually everything Kirk believed about politics.
Yeah, and you're wrong.
You can
by the
detest some of what he believed about politics.
That's an
and still
objectively
believe that he
incorrect
was
answer.
there on that stage, practicing politics the right way.
No, that's literally not true.
Showing up to college campuses and trying to persuade people who disagreed with him.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't trying to persuade them. Holy shit, he was clip farming. You actually think he was trying to persuade them?
Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
A major thing that he talked
I'd
about
often
was
wish
how
my own side
TikTok
exhibited
helped
more
him
of
win
that
the election.
spirit. That we went more often to the places where we knew people would disagree with us and talked to them. Treated that disagreement as the beginning of a conversation rather than the end of one. I've published a lot of pieces over the years. I'm not sure I've published any with as polarizing reaction as that one. A lot of people appreciated it, particularly on the right. They felt it saw their friend and their ally more the way they saw him. And there were many people closer to my own politics who were truly infuriated by it. Privately and publicly, they offered the worst things Kirk has said and done, starting a watch list of leftist professors, busing people to the protests that led to the January 6th insurrection, telling his political foes that they should be deported, saying the Democratic Party hates this country, saying the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. I had friends say to me, look, we can oppose political violence without whitewashing this guy.
And I said no.
I spent some time thinking about that over the weekend. Also just spent some time thinking, trying to work through how I'm feeling. And my reaction, honestly, is that it is too little to just say we oppose political violence. In ways that surprised me given what I thought of Kirk's
too
project.
little to say that?
I was and am grieving for Kirk himself. Not because I knew him. I didn't. Not because he was a saint. He wasn't. Not because I agreed with him. No. Most of what he poured himself into trying to achieve, I pour myself into trying to prevent. But I find myself grieving for him because I recognize some commonality with him. He was murdered for participating in our politics. Somewhere beyond how much divided us, there was something that bonded us too. Some effort to change this country in ways that we think are good.
No, he didn't try to change the country in ways he thought were good. He did what his donors told him to do, to benefit the people that were paying him. Oh, how are you this naive, bro? You really think Charlie genuinely believed he was doing good in the country by saying that there has to be some gun deaths every year in order for people to have guns? He literally said that empathy was a bad thing. He's a monster.
I believe this so strongly that we have to be able to see that the bullet that tore into him was an act of violence against us all. I actually believe that. I don't know how to express this thought exactly.
What about the kids that got shot?
The nature of our politics right now, the truth of it, is that it is for...
It's not... Holy shit, dude. Shows like fucking pro-Israel protesters. It's not... This is not a question of politics. This is a question of gun violence in America. And I'm honestly kind of disgusted that Ezra Klein's not addressing it like it is. Like, if you want to talk about an issue of violence in politics, then overwhelmingly it's conservatives that have that issue. Or to pretend like it's like a both sides thing.
That our visions of what is good, our visions just of what is decent, have diverged. The stakes of our politics right now are frightening to me. The consequences for people are very real. We see each other as threats, and to some degree, we are right. And it is somehow also true, it is true at the same time,
oh my God, that was scary,
that we will be immeasurably worse off if that is all we are to each other. We are going to have to live here with each other. There will be no fever that breaks. There will be no permanent victory that routs or quiets those who disagree with us. I've watched many on both sides entertain this illusion that there would be, either through the power of social shame and cultural pressure, or the force the state can bring to bear on those it seeks to silence. It won't work. It can't work. It would not be better if it did. That would not be a free country. Much of what I would describe as Kirk's worst moments were now just standard fare MAGA republicanism. And the leader of MAGA republicanism...
I can't condone what happened to Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk would condone what happened to him? Yeah, exactly. Charlie Kirk also sometimes would speak into a microphone, and that really speaks to me as a man who has been known to speak into a microphone.
as the President of the United States. He is in the White House, having won about half the country's votes in the last election.
Holy shit.
We are
When you
going
gonna talk
to
Ben
have to
Shapiro?
live here with each other, believing what we believe, disagreeing in the ways we disagree. To recognize that does not mean we downpedal those disagreements. It does not mean we are not appalled or afraid of what our neighbors say and want.
Who does he look like?
But I think it means that we do more than that too. I think we also have to be looking for what we can recognize in each other. And yeah, in some moments I think that might mean overlooking what we can't recognize in each other.
Yeah, like abortion.
I worry about how hard social media makes that now.
Once again,
It's not just
banning abortion is a violent policy. It's a policy of violence. It's enforced through violence, and it legislates violence against women. Like, not being able to get health care for a medical issue and being punished for attempting to receive that health care. That's violent.
It flattens us down to single moments.
Like, people die because
but that it parcels out different flattened moments to different audiences. We are shattered inside the algorithm, and the shards of us sent flying out into the world. Instead of being complex to each other, we become incomprehensible, almost unimaginable to each other. But it is our choice to see each other through these algorithms darkly. We can choose otherwise. I've thought Spencer Cox, the Republican governor of Utah, has been a remarkable leader over the last week.
The guy who said, I wish it wasn't a guy from Utah, but it was, and it made me sad. That guy. The guy who's like, I wish it was an immigrant, but it wasn't. I can't believe it.
And what he said here has resonated with me.
We can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point...
But you can't point the finger at the other side if it was a guy from your side. Wait, what the heck?
We have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country.
Almost like Turning Point USA.
But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency.
That does not just go for those of us on the left. I've seen, heard from many on the right struggling with the idea that Kirk's assassination somehow reveals the impossibility, the futility of normal politics. He tried to do it by dialogue, to say, and look what happened to him. What marks those who choose political violence is not their politics. It's their decision to choose violence. That they make that decision, for whatever reason, does not justify you making that decision or me making that decision for any reason. We cannot give the lost or the mad a veto over the agreements and conduct that safeguard our society. That gives lone gunmen all the power, and it leaves us with nothing. I don't know what happened inside the mind of Kirk's shooter. I've tried to imagine being his parents, being so excited for the path he was on just a few years ago. I don't think the question is what politically radicalized a man who shot Kirk. I know many political radicals. They are some of the best people I know. I think the question is what broke in him.
I could have gotten him.
This was not the act of someone thinking clearly. But we still have to think clearly. When Nancy Pelosi's husband was assaulted,
all right,
when Minnesota had to grieve the assassination of some of its leaders, that did not render normal politics obsolete. It made normal politics all the more essential and beautiful.
It's because leftists don't have authoritarian tendencies, unlike conservatives. Oh my God. What are we doing here, man?
A reminder of the horror that lies on the other shore. All I can say for me, in the work I do, is that I want to create a space that takes our disagreements seriously. that takes the stakes of them seriously, the consequences for people seriously.
Dude, if you were taking the differences of abortion seriously, you wouldn't offhandedly suggest Democrats abandon the issue. You would actually take it seriously. You would understand the implications for women that need to get abortion and they can't get it because of politics. You wouldn't just say that it's a strategy for Democrats to get power. What the hell am I reading? Where did I die?
But does so without deepening our divisions irreparably. We are going to have to live here with each other. We are going to have to be friends and foes at the same time. A few days before Kirk's murder, I taped an episode with Ben Shapiro. Shapiro is well to my right, a person with whom I have many disagreements.
Oh, this was
and also a person with whom I've had good conversations over the years. And this one was no different. It was about his new book, Lions and Scavengers, and talking to him about it surprised me. You learn things talking to people that you don't expect.
I'm so fucking done.
So I've left this conversation as it was. It's about his book, about the political moment before Kirk's murder.
I just lost like 6,000 runes. I almost leveled up. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I have the game on a separate screen. Bro, I just that kind of triggered me. I don't know. That might have been a glitch or something. Okay, guys. I'm done. I'm done streaming today. Thanks for watching, everyone. There's only so much Ezra Klein I can take, man. But honestly, kind of glad that we finished it up. Not really interested in seeing his interview with Ben Shapiro if it was before the Charlie Kirk thing. He talked with Neil Brennan, who is famously Dave Chappelle's friend. That is now, I don't know if he's that funny anymore. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Everyone subscribe to a couple of Burks. That's awesome that you're streaming. You should watch some tip vids on starting Elden Ring. I'm not that bad at it. It's just that bird is kind of tricky. I'm gonna have to like work harder on it, but I'm going to bed, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. Stay safe. Listen to Ezra Klein. Read abundance. Simultaneously give up on all of your values, but also present a new horizon for leftists to strive towards. And everyone, have a great rest of your night. See ya.